Um, rather grey and damp day in New York. I hope it's nicer for those that are not in New York, wherever you are. Today is Measurement Day, both in terms of going through the responses to ED77, and then the last session today will be on the conceptual framework, chapter 7, limited scope updates. Just a reminder in terms of the end of today's session, you need to take everything with you in order that the room can be used for the IFAC Town Hall meeting. And I think at the end of today also, Leah will just give us the details in terms of this evening as well, in terms of the social for those of us in New York. With that, obviously we're moving back into measurement now. We had a look at a very high level at the responses in December, but this is the first time we've really got into the detail. I think one of the things that, just by way of context, it's worth reminding everyone in terms of the journey that we've been on since, I think 2017 was when we actually formally started the project, although it was actually added to the work programme at the end of 2014. We did something innovative in terms of the approach that we took to the consultation paper. It was partly in response to some of the discussions that we were having with the Public Interest Committee at the time about speed to market and so on. But also, I think the subject matter actually lent itself very well to what we did was we had a consultation paper, but we also included for the first time in that what we called an illustrative exposure draft. You know, there were one or two concerns about process expressed, but on the whole, actually, our constituents really appreciated that. And although we didn't specifically ask for drafting comments and so on, we actually got a lot of very helpful comments in addition to comments on the you know, the specific matters for comment, PVs and so on. And that enabled us to move relatively quickly into the formal exposure draft development, where we drew significantly on the material that we'd already developed for that illustrative exposure draft. And I think, therefore, for many of our constituents, actually, this is the second time effectively that they'd seen and reviewed the exposure draft. And I think when you look overall at the high levels of support that we've had and you know, the relatively few comments of substance, that actually reflects the success of that approach. So it's just interesting to see the way that's actually worked through, and that may well be something that we want to think about, taking that approach for, you know, certainly perhaps the financial statements presentation project that we've agreed at this meeting, where it's quite a granular thing and it helps people to actually see, you know, an indication of what the guidance might look like. Anyway, I will stop musing at that point in time and hand over to Dave, who's back in the hot seat as coordinator. Okay, Dave, to you.
Thanks, Chair. I don't actually have all that much to say anymore. So thank you for the introduction. I guess very briefly, just for a reminder on the timeline since the ED, we issued the ED last April and it came back in October. In December, the board got its first look at comments, albeit at a very high level. And just to echo Ian's comment on the CPED, the board put a lot of work into that illustrative exposure draft that was issued, I think, back in April of 2019. And at least from my point of view, it's really paying dividends now. Ian's right, it helped us get to the ED stage a little more quickly. But especially what we're talking about today, constituents have seen this basically in ED format twice now. So we've dealt with a lot of the more significant conceptual or principal concerns when we were developing the ED because they came out of the illustrative exposure draft. And as a result, at least what we're talking about today as it relates to fair value, historical cost and cost of fulfillment, constituents have seen it twice. The board's seen it multiple times now. And that's why when you go through this analysis today, or when you read the papers, there weren't a lot of significant issues. And well, I'd actually say there's no significant issues here. The challenge that staff really had in putting these papers together was trying to find the right level to communicate that to the board. We didn't want to give you all the comments because there's still a significant number of comments, but it's how to distill that information so that you had enough information to make the decisions and keep moving this forward. Now, I'll caveat all that with the last agenda item that we'll talk about today, and that's current operational value. Our constituents have not seen that twice. That was not in the illustrative exposure draft. It is a brand new public sector measurement basis that the board proposed as part of the exposure draft, and that's where we do have challenges in front of us. And I think, well, we decided that June is where we're really going to dig into that, and I promise you there's issues coming there. So even though we've got a lighter meeting here, I would take advantage of the lighter meeting. So Chair, I'll stop there, and if there's any comments or questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thanks, Dave. So just pause there to see if members have any general observations before we start to head off into the main material for the meeting. Okay, not seeing any flags raised. So I think this is the point at which we welcome Tashreeq. Tashreeq's joined the team. Currently, I think based in South Africa at the moment. So welcome virtually to the board, Tashreeq, and hand over to you.
Thanks, Ian, and hi everyone. Just confirming that you can hear me clearly. Can you just let me know?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, thank you so much. Cool. If we start off with agenda item 9.2.3, which is the fair value paper. So in completing the detailed response analysis for SMC 9, staff have not noted any significant conceptual concerns, as they've pointed out. In fact, 93% of respondents actually agreed that the fair value guidance in ED 77 aligns with IFRS 13 fair value, taking into account any public sector financial reporting needs and public sector characteristics. With regards to the respondents who disagreed with the IPSASB's proposals, these comments essentially fell into two buckets. So on the one hand, we had comments which either the board previously considered and discussed accordingly, or we had comments which did not provide any alternative views or approaches to fair value. Therefore, taking into account all these comments, staff have actioned any concerns and issues by respondents, and staff recommends that clarifications to principles are actioned as set out in agenda item 9.3.2. Secondly, that any non-authoritative guidance will be discussed with the task force accordingly, and that no action is necessary to depart from IFRS 13. Yeah, I will hand over back to Ian for any comments from the board.
Thanks, Tashreeq. Open up for comments from the board on that recommendation from staff. Dave.
I just thought I'd make the point, because you'll see this recommendation over and over again, that non-authoritative guidance will be discussed with the task force. We thought this would be a good way forward because this worked very well for the financial instruments project, where we could take a lot of developing this guidance off the board's plate and bring it back to you in completed form. It just takes a while to do. We thought it could be moved more efficiently through the task force.
Thanks, Dave. Camira.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Tashreeq. I just have a comment for the last recommendation on the departure from IFRS 13. So the bullet on remove the cost approach from the fair value technique. I think it's too early for us to decide on that we will not take action on that, because that was one of the proposals for the way forward on the current operational value, like to avoid this confusion between the cost approach in the current operational value and the fair value. Several respondents suggested like removing the cost approach from the fair value and just leaving it in the current operational value. So I think we should defer that decision on that specific area for the June meeting, when we discuss more in detail the current operational value. Thanks.
Dave.
Thanks, Camira. I think that's an interesting point. When staff was evaluating this, the reason why The way that staff viewed this was, I can't remember the number Tashreeq gave, but we had extremely strong support for the IFRS 13 principles, and almost all our constituents said that we should move ahead with those principles. And we took that to mean that we should take full alignment with what was proposed in IFRS 13. So while I take your comment that we'll need to look at how current operational value works, and one of the suggestions was to pull out the cost approach from fair value, my view at least was it was important to lock down fair value now so that we can really focus on current operational value as we move forward.
Thanks, Dave. Yes, I think that has been one of the pillars throughout the project, that in bringing in fair value, very much in line with the CAG recommendation, that actually, if we bring it in, it should be the same as in IFRS 13, and that we should not tinker with it. I think, as Dave says, we will certainly need to have a look at this when we get into the discussion around current operational value. But the recommendation at the moment, and as Dave said, that was supported by constituents, is that we should bring in the guidance as in IFRS 13 to avoid any inconsistencies. And of course, that's also the basis for example, IPSASB 41. Lindy.
Thank you very much. I wonder if we should then explain in the BCs why it's important to still have that technique in fair value, because perhaps the constituents don't understand how it actually all fits together.
Thanks, Cindy. So if staff can take that away and have a look at what's appropriate there. Okay. So I'm not seeing any other flags raised. So I think we're content with those recommendations. So Tashreeq, if you want to move us on to the next area.
We move on to agenda item 9.2.4, which is a cost of fulfillment paper. Again, in completing the analysis for SMC 10, staff have not noted any significant conceptual concerns. In fact, 94% of respondents agreed that the cost of fulfillment guidance aligns with the existing principles in the conceptual framework. With regards to the respondents who disagreed with the IPSASB's proposals, a lot of these comments overlapped with the comments that we found for SMCs 5 to 8, which is the current operational value SMCs, and therefore these comments will be addressed accordingly in the second quarter of this year when we delve into current operational value. Therefore, taking all comments into account, staff recommends that the clarification of the income approach will be addressed with current operational value in the second quarter of this year. No action is necessary to consider any alternative measurement techniques. Thirdly, none of validative guidance will be discussed with the task force. And lastly, that the clarifications to any principles and editorial updates are actioned as set out in agenda item 9.3.2. I'll hand over back to the board for any comments. Thanks, Ian.
Okay, thanks for that introduction, Tashreeq. So I'll take comments on those recommendations from board members. So Claudia, you're first, and then Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. I have only a minor point. We are describing that the income approach is the only relevant measurement technique for the cost of fulfillment. If we go then to our drafted standard, and we have an D22, a sentence that says the most commonly used valuation approach when measuring is an income approach. That leaves it open that there might be more approaches which can be used. We should make sure that it's consistent in the documents.
Thanks, Claudia. So I think there's an instruction to staff just to make the appropriate adjustments there. Okay, Patricia.
about this recommendation because I have asked professionals that work with evaluation to give me examples at income approach application to measure liability. But they could give me because income approach is normally used in situations where cash inflows or profit superávit are expected. In the entity perspective, as the case of fulfillment costs, there isn't cash inflows or profit superávit when an entity settles an obligation. Also, for example, in IPSAS 19, paragraph 45 says, the best estimate of the amount that an entity would rationally pay to settle or transfer the obligation gives the best estimate of the expenditures required to settle the present obligation at the report date. The expenditure required to settle the present obligation is the measurement principle. In IPSAS 19 present examples that the cost may be the more appropriate estimate for settling an obligation. I think it's very complicated. I think it's a challenge to apply income approach to estimate the assets liability. Because of this, my suggestion would be to search practical examples. I didn't have sources in this, and continue to consider the marketing and cost approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So, David, do you want to come in on that, Task Force Chair?
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, Patricia, I think your intervention there demonstrates the first bullet point in that slide where constituents don't seem to understand that the income approach is actually a cash flow approach. So it's not just cash inflows, it's also cash outflows. And that the sort of confusion over that has come through quite clearly, which is why we've said that we need to explore the clarification of the income approach as part of the next step in this process. So your point will be covered at that time.
Thanks, David. And I mean, that's obviously a consequence of bringing in IFRS 13 directly, that it's the income approach there. And so we'll need to examine that. So I think that's where, if you've got sort of specific examples and feedback, Patricia, that would be really helpful if you can pass that to staff for as they prepare for the June meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments at this stage? Yes, Lindy.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of comments. The first one, and I picked it up looking at the responses again, is we have developed this, but we're not suggesting it currently in our literature anyway. So in the consequential amendment. So I guess at some point, we would have to think about whether or not this should be something that could replace IPSAS 19 and the measurement approach in there. So that's just one point. Then looking at the amendment that was made in the BCs, and just reflecting again on what is being said, and it's around the risk adjustment, and saying, well, there is no risk adjustment, and we would determine that at standards level. And the only place we've currently included is in the social benefits, where we say you would include it, but it's actually probably not significant. I wondered if perhaps it should be the other way around, that you would have this risk adjustment, and we would then at standards level then take it out. Because if someone is using this as a default because they're developing their own accounting policies, is this what we would want as the basis, the basic way to measure liabilities? And isn't it the exception rather that you wouldn't adjust for the risk? And I was wondering maybe it should be the other way around, simply because we're not using it currently anyway.
Thanks, Lindy. So Dave, you want to have a go at those? Yeah, go.
Sorry, I thought you were, okay.
I sort of thought, no, over to you.
So Lindy, you made 2 points. The first one on the application of cost of fulfillment in IPSAS. I don't want to get ahead of tomorrow because staff want to talk about this tomorrow about amendments to measurement, but that might be something that comes through the work program based on our other current projects that are coming out of the measurement project. So maybe if I can ask you to put that question on hold till tomorrow, we can talk more about how we can make those amendments as part of the other projects. Your second point related to the risk adjustment. So maybe I'll just give some background, Lindy, because maybe that helps. So in developing the CP, the board made the decision that we should add the risk adjustment to cost of fulfillment, which we changed to fulfillment value at the time. And when we heard back responses to the illustrative exposure draft, at that point, there were some respondents that said they didn't think the risk adjustment was appropriate. So we did do an analysis coming back from the illustrative exposure draft in the CP, where constituents said they didn't think it was appropriate. So the board decided to remove it and deal with it at a standards level. The challenge from my perspective now is we proposed in the ED that there should be no risk adjustment. And I went back to the responses last night and we only had one respondent that indicated they disagreed with what we put forward. So I kind of, at least from a staff point of view, the reason why we didn't elevate it more at this point was the board's decision seemed to be supported. What the one respondent raised, there was nothing new that the board hadn't discussed. And that's why it wasn't elevated more in this session. So that's kind of where I feel we are with responses and the technical analysis, but happy to take it further.
I mean, I think it is a case that we are where we are because had we taken a different route in developing the ED, then as Dave said, we would have exposed that approach that you outlined, but I think we are in the situation that we are, and therefore there probably is a case for actually saying, well, okay, there may be a piece of work which is actually is there anywhere where there should be an explicit reference at standards level, but given that we expose this, I think it's quite difficult to change the approach that we've taken. So I think that's probably, Lindy, if you want to, have a look at that and see whether you think there are any omissions at the moment, that's probably the way, at standards level, that's probably the way to handle it. And then we would deal with that as appropriate, depending on the nature of the instances. Okay. I'm not seeing any other flags raised. So I think obviously we're going to pick up in kind of approach in June. I think we're content with the other recommendations subject to that instruction coming out of the points Lindy raised. So Tashreeq, take us into the next item.
Okay. So thanks, Ian. If we move on to agenda item 9.2.5, which is the location of measurement disclosure requirements. So in the responses, staff noted that a majority of respondents agreed with the IPSASB proposal of pushing the measurement disclosure requirements down to the individual IPSAs, as opposed to consolidating these disclosure requirements in the measurement standard. However, within this majority, some respondents recommended a compromise between pushing the measurement disclosure requirements down to the individual IPSAs and consolidating it in the measurement standard. And that compromise was either to include an outline of measurement disclosure requirements in IPSAS measurement, or to provide or to consolidate certain generic disclosures in IPSAS measurement. So in analyzing the recommendation from respondents, staff reviewed the measurement disclosure requirements and noted that the measurement disclosure requirements set out in Appendix A of Agenda Item 9.2.5, these disclosure requirements tend to formulate and develop the accounting policy choice wording set out in the financial statements, whereas the remaining disclosures in the individual IPSAs, they tend to drive and formulate the notes to the financial statements. So staff would like to point out that the principles and the factors that are considered in developing the accounting policy choice is actually set out in the authoritative and non-authoritative guidance in IPSAS measurement. Therefore, to assist with the preparation of the financial statements, staff recommends that if the principles associated with these disclosures are in IPSAS measurement, then accordingly, it may be appropriate to also include the disclosure requirements in IPSAS measurement. Therefore, staff recommends that the generic measurement disclosure requirements set out in Appendix A, which applies across all the relevant IPSAs, staff recommends that these disclosure requirements actually be consolidated in the IPSAS measurement standard. Thanks, Ian. I'll hand back over to the board for any comments.
Thanks, Tashreeq. So perhaps if we can take this discussion in two parts. I'd like to get members' comments and reactions to the overall staff approach that staff are actually recommending before we take any detailed comments on what's in Appendix A. Because clearly we have gone backwards and forwards on this one. So, David, do you want to lead us off, and then I'll take comments from other members.
Okay, thank you, Ian. I just wanted really to set a bit of context for those board members who weren't here in whenever it was, 2016, 2017, 2018. Some of you who will recall that I perhaps made a slightly facetious comment when I said that I felt like a hamster in a wheel, because we were going round and round and round, and what was decided in one meeting was overturned in the next. And the position of disclosures is one of those decisions. So in September 18, for example, the board agreed that generic disclosures, those sort of similar to what Tashreeq's just been talking about, should be in this ED. By the time the CP was issued with the illustrative ED in April 2019, that decision had been reversed and they'd come out. As task force chair, I wanted this discussion at the board, because if you took the comments that we've received in response to the ED, and you look at those who really want the disclosures in this standard, or those who suggest the compromise, it adds up to about 25% of the comments that we got. So it's not an insignificant minority in my view. So from a task force point of view, we really would like a decision at this board meeting as to what we are going to do. I mean, personally, I think the idea of having certain disclosure requirements that are related to what your accounting policies are going to be based on the requirements in this ED is probably appropriate, and then you actually leave for the individual IPSASs the disclosures that are applicable only to the topic that is covered in that particular IPSAS. But that's just a personal view, but we'll be interested to hear members' views. Thank you, Ian.
Thanks, David, for that reminder of the rather indirect and winding path that we've trodden on this in this topic. Open up for comments on this principle of, do we provide the high level guidance in the ED, sorry, in the final standard or not? Yes, Claudia.
I'm wondering what was the arguments from the respondents why we should include some disclosures in the measurement standard, and if this argument wasn't already thought about by the IPSASB board in the past. So personally, from a user perspective, it's easier to have in the standard itself all disclosure requirements and not a few disclosure requirements in the measurement standards, and in other standards there are more requirements. It's just a little bit, and sometimes we have some conflicting information, or we want to have a little bit more in one specific standard. Would easier to just add it a little bit to the requirements which are in the standard. But if you have some requirements in the overall topic, then it's always a little bit difficult to add on if you wanted to have a little bit different shaped, I would say. So personally, I go that we keep the original version from the ED.
Thanks, Claudia. I mean, I think that's useful to get that from a user perspective, and I think that was certainly the concern that was expressed in the original discussions. Dave, I don't know if there's anything you want to come back on in terms of what was raised in the responses before I go to the other board members.
So Claudia, I was just going to say the two arguments were one, that if all the disclosures were consolidated into IPSAS measurement, the argument was you'd have more consistent application of those disclosures. The second one, and I don't think the board should overweight this, but I appreciate it as a staff. I think a standard setter said this, it'd be easier for staff to maintain the standards going forward, so you wouldn't have to update 8 or 9 of the same disclosures throughout, it'd just be in one place. But Claudia, I'd just say that I really appreciated the user perspective, because when Tashreeq and I were talking about this, we were really thinking what's easiest for the user, because I think that's what the board decision was a few years ago.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. So I think I've got Todd, Liang, and Lucy, and then Lindy.
Thanks, Ian. And I think, like Claudia, I do have some concern with the recommendation here. I agree with the reason put forward by Claudia. Also, in thinking about this, what we've done here, I don't think we've taken a consistent approach across all of the measurement bases. So that would concern me. I think when I look at the suggested paragraph 53A, it sort of reads like sort of the principles around disclosure. And so separating that in the measurement ED from individual standards around disclosure, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. So yeah, so as I say, I think I would be concerned with going down this path myself as well, and the fact that it wasn't exposed that way as well would lead me to stick with what we had at the exposure period.
Thanks, Todd. So if I can go to Liang, then Lucy.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, to me, myself, my personal view is both approach are acceptable, as Tim just pointed out. But I don't agree that to split those disclosure requirements into two parts, some put in the measurement standard some put in the individual standard. Because in my point of view, I think all of these paragraphs are integrated, and they should be put together either in the measurement standard, either in the individual standard. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. So Lucy and then to Lindy.
Chair, I do not concur in the staff recommendation in consolidating the measurement disclosure requirements into the measurement standard, and as similar to what Claudia and Todd had said, I support the IPSASB's earlier decision that the measurement disclosure requirement should be inserted in the relevant IPSAS to clearly indicate in which IPSAS the disclosures are to be applied. And we take note that this decision is supported by most respondents. And also, as mentioned by Claudia, from the perspective of a user or a preparer, it will be more useful to just refer to one standard for the disclosure requirements. And I think it will be facilitative. The issue on issue on possible inconsistency in disclosures is not, I think, is not potential, because we will be in the measurement standards. I mean, the disclosures that would be required in the individual IPSAS would definitely be consistent with the principles that are provided in the measurement standards. So I would like to support the earlier IPSASB's decision and the comments also of most of the respondents. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Lindy?
Thank you. So in my view, I think it must be all in or all out. And my preference would be that the measurement ED should include the disclosures relating to the application of the measurement bases and the techniques, and standards should have the ones relating to the topic specific. I think that's how it is in IFRS 13. So I understand the user and the challenges, but I think that's how it is already applied in the private sector. So it's no difference, the challenges. I think we're just creating more work for staff in doing that. But I think
So, I mean, I'm hearing at the moment a majority of members saying for the reasons in terms of risks around, you know, essentially as a user, you want all your guidance in one place. And you know, also arguments in terms of the fact that we haven't exposed this different approach, you know, that while either could work, actually at this stage, probably we should continue with the approach that the majority have supported, and not include generic disclosure requirements in the final standard. It doesn't appear that constituents have actually raised anything that the board hasn't already considered. So, you know, at the moment, I mean, and subject to what you say, Lynn, I think from a due process point of view and also from a user perspective, we should maintain the approach in ED 77 in the final standard. Lynn?
I just wanted to come in support of Lindy, and doesn't change what you've just said in terms of there still being a majority view. I do think sometimes we overstate the sort of difficulty of users locating things, particularly when you're in an electronic world and you can do a search on disclosures. But I accept that that's a minority view around the board at the moment.
Thanks, Lynn. Yes, and obviously we've now got the EIS version of the IPSAS and so on. So I think from what I've heard in terms of comments, as you said, I think there's a majority in favour of maintaining the approach that in ED 77 with no central disclosures. And that will be the board decision in terms of what ends up in the final standard. Lynn.
So without seeing the drafting, I assume we're going to flag that in the standard. I can't remember what we did in the ED, but I guess we need to make it very clear that that's what we've done, as it were, not just in the BCs, but perhaps in the standard itself.
I think that's slightly strange in terms of saying what's not there. David.
Yeah, there are a couple of paragraphs. I can't remember exactly where they are, but there are a couple of paragraphs that just sort of deal with disclosures in saying that, you know, you go to the standards. You know, I mean, we probably will need to look at them in the light of the sort of firm decision, and I emphasize it's a firm decision. I don't want to be a hamster in a wheel again. And we can make sure that the discussion is included in the BCs. I mean, I would agree with you that, you know, a preparer will be using two standards anyway, because they'll need to look at the individual standard and they'll have to look at the measurement standard for the measurement basis. So we've got to be very clear on our signposting.
Thanks, David. Dave, did you want to come in? Obviously, we will need to see the appropriate basis for conclusions reflecting the discussion that we've had today. And just that double check in terms of what's in the core standard as you described, David. Dave, was there anything that you wanted to add to that?
I was just going to asking that we'll just take that away as an instruction to see what we've done another IPSAS, and I don't have an answer. I just want to say I've written it down as an instruction. If that's okay, we'll bring you back a short other issues paper so you can see what we propose in June.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think there'll probably be a number of pieces of drafting that you can pick up together for next time round. Camira, and then I'm going to move us on to the next item.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just a minor comment. Could we just add these general disclosures in ED 77 and leave also the disclosures in each separate standard? I'm conscious that will be a bit of repetition, but at least we will achieve also that minority that would like to have the disclosure requirements in one standard, they will also have it, and those that prefer in the individual standard, they will also have that information. That is not much text at all, so I do not see a problem to adding those paragraphs to ED 77 as well. Thanks.
I think we've already made the decision that we are proceeding on the basis of ED 77, so I'm not reopening that decision. You know, we've decided the route we're going down, which is that the guidance on disclosures will be in the relevant standards in one place. So we will move forward on that basis. Lindy, I don't want to redeliberate on this. I think we've got a clear decision. So unless there's anything else, I really want to move us on. Okay, so Tashreeq, if you can move us into the next item.
I think it's me now, Ian. Tashreeq, unless I'm wrong. Okay, I'll go. Okay, so just the one point that came across to me was David mentioned that the last issue we just discussed was 25% of respondents, and that was the most significant issue we had. So the remaining of the issues that I'll go through are other issues that we identified that staff has addressed. The first item relates to 9.2.6. And the two items on this paper, the first one relates to the choice of measurement model. And as part of the proposals in ED 77, we indicated there's an accounting policy choice to either measure your assets and liabilities at historical cost or using a current value model. And what a number of constituents raised was they didn't know how to make this policy choice. So what we did was we added some implementation guidance and some basis for conclusions to strengthen that.
anyway, because it gives the impression that the historical cost is an initial measurement concept, but that's, I think, meant the other way around. And the second thing is there are in that ED and in ED 76, there are different types of definitions of historical cost. I do think that, in fact, they intend to mean the same, but in wording they are quite different. So I think it's a good exercise to look at all the different places where historical cost definitions can be found, and then to align those definitions. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take comments from members, and then I'll go back to staff. Lindy.
Thank you very much. Looking at B2 and the text that was added there, I think we need to be careful because IPSAS 3 tells you what to do when determining an accounting policy. So I think you need to, especially where we talk about when a reporting entity can make its own accounting choice, I think you need to reflect back to what's in IPSAS 3. And if you want to add some more to it, but I don't think you should. I think the danger is that this might contradict the decisions made in there.
Lynn.
So mine was a small point on the drafting where you've got the accounting policy choices often determined by factors outside the entity's control. I felt that was probably too strong. Just you're making a very value judgment to say it's often outside the entity's control. I think you need to soften that wording.
Thanks, and certainly we avoid value judgments and those kinds of comments. Camira.
Thanks, Chair. In the text added in paragraph B.2, the last paragraph needs a bit more clarity when saying, okay, in selecting the appropriate measurement model, the reporting entity should consider whether it wants to record its assets and liabilities to reflect current economic consumption or not. And that's the end of the paragraph. I think we should explain a bit more what do we mean by this current economic consumption or not. Thanks.
Thanks, Camira. John, is this an incremental comment from the framework perspective? Because I don't want to get something.
If I could just say that this issue of choice of measurement model is an issue that arose in the context of the framework. So it is something that I'll be saying a few words on in the context of the measurement hierarchy.
Thanks for that clarification, John. So, Dave, just reflecting on the comments that you've heard, I mean, clearly there are some pieces of drafting that need to be picked up. Anything specific to come back on?
Nothing from me. We'll pick up those drafting suggestions.
Okay. Thomas, you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Just one comment regarding the clarification of the accounting policy choice and to the recommendations made by respondents, especially regarding selection of the policy choice should reflect and be consistent with the objective of in which the asset is held and the characteristics and the context. This reminds me of a recommendation the CAG made as well when we discussed current operational value, which was specific to that, but it could be broadened to the policy choice and supporting this recommendation of respondents as well. So give clarity on why did you kind of choose a specific measurement basis?
Yeah, I think we have to be quite careful about this. I think there's a different issue with current operational value depending on where we go there, because some of that is associated with measurement techniques and what the basis is actually about. So, you know, I think we have to be quite careful to avoid going down a rules-based approach. David.
Thank you, Ian. I think this is a feeling that I've got from some of the responses, and I think it means that staff and task force need to look again at some of the drafting, and there seems to be, picking up on perhaps on Thomas's point, perhaps a bit of a confusion between what is an accounting model and what is an accounting basis. And I think probably from all of our own experiences, the accounting model is normally, I'll use that word, is normally imposed because a government, a jurisdiction has got a particular focus. And the board did discuss accounting models some time ago and came to the conclusion that it was not something that we should opine on. And it was left, actually, if people remember, it was left that perhaps the update to Study 14, as it was still called in those days, that became Pathways to Accrual, perhaps should include resource material to help jurisdictions make the decision as to whether they were going to adopt the historical cost model of accounting, so that framework, or a current value model framework. I mean, the points that Thomas makes, I think, are very good in terms of how you might select the accounting basis, but you can only decide on your accounting basis when you know what model you're working under. And I think that's the problem, if you like, that we've got, and we've got to try to make that clear in the standard without actually providing accounting standards level guidance on what we think a sovereign jurisdiction ought to be doing. And I think this is why I'm glad that John intervened to say that there might be something that we can at least discuss in the conceptual framework.
Thanks, David. So it does seem that actually probably what we need to do is make sure that we have got consistency in terms of clarification at the framework level. And as you say, in terms of the selection of the model at that stage. And then I think there is a question as to how you deal with the choice of basis. And that seems to be perhaps more at the standards level, but also there may need to be a setup for that in the framework, but either way, we need that text consistent. So I think in terms of the way forward on this, clearly, there are some drafting changes, Dave, that need bringing. I think, though, it is an important issue. It has been kicking around for a while, and certainly, as Thomas says, it was certainly raised by the CAG. So my suggestion would be that the instruction is that we do just look at a paper on this specifically next time round with some recommended clarifications and bring it across the framework and ED 77 so that we can see that we've got consistency and we've got the discussion in the right place between the framework versus the final measurement standard. Okay, so that's discussion of part one, and then we go on to the clarification of the difference between historical costs and transaction price. And I think that goes to some of the points that Mike was quite rightly making. And to an extent, again, this is clarification in terms of this issue around historical cost. Dave, was there anything else you wanted to add in going into the discussion? Then I'll take some additional comments from members.
I would just highlight David's comment that he just made on confusion between basis and models, and this might be something that we need to clarify. So interested in views there as well.
Okay, are there any additional comments members want to make at this stage? Yep, Ajith.
Thanks, Ian. Taking on from the idea relating to the bases and models, I think in the hierarchy that we have identified, also in the top level, we have called it the models, fair value models and historical cost models. I think it should be historical cost basis and fair value basis, because some of the bases that are used for fair value model or fair value basis are also used in the historical cost model as well. For instance, if you value in use is a concept that is used in the historical model concept when the value in use drops below the historical cost. So fair value is sometimes used in historical cost model, So therefore, instead of using the word fair value model in the hierarchy of the different bases, I think it should be described as fair value basis and historical cost basis, because those bases are used in both historical cost model and the fair value model as well. Thanks. And that's what I wanted to comment.
Thanks, Sajith. Go to Lynn and then to Kamira. I don't want to start to unpick the hierarchy at this stage, so can we refrain from comments which are essentially going into that discussion? So Lynn and then Kamira.
So I thought we had a debate on this when we were developing the ED. I was happy with where we had landed at that point. So I don't think that, and I don't, when I looked at the drafting in para 6 as proposed on this, I was not convinced on it. I thought it was better as it was. So I don't agree with the recommendation to change how we had done it in the ED.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Kamira.
Thanks, Chair. In relation to the new definition of historical cost, I do not have comments on this. I think the new definition is clear enough. My only concern is just a more question for the staff. Is it this new definition creating inconsistencies with the ISB framework, or what is the source of this new definition? Just to make sure that we are covered on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Kamira. Perhaps Dave, you could come in on that, because I think that goes again to comments that Mike was raising about internal consistency at this stage, but there's also that ISB point.
So I'd have to go back to the conceptual, the ISB conceptual framework. Kamira, I believe I don't think it's necessarily defined in the conceptual framework. I think we've taken a lot of their language and pushed that into either the appendix, the A appendix, or into the basis for conclusions. So I don't think I know this definition isn't taken from the ISB conceptual framework. It is aligned with the ISB conceptual framework because we use the same supporting material as the ISB conceptual framework, but I'm happy to go back and make sure the definition is aligned.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, so instruction there. Todd, then Liang.
Thanks, Ian. I do have some issues with this proposed historical cost definition. And it's when I look at some of the things that we say in the implementation guidance, and I think in the implementation guidance, we say historical cost is a subsequent measurement basis. And when I read this definition of historical cost, it doesn't quite work for me in a subsequent measurement context. Because if you're thinking about it from a subsequent measurement perspective, where are things like amortization, depreciation, impairment, and those sorts of things? So something isn't quite gelling for me in terms of we're setting this up as a subsequent measurement basis, and this definition doesn't play in to that. So I'm a little bit confused by the proposed definition.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, just to be clear, we've already been around the discussion around what amortization and depreciation actually are. So that's not part of the measurement technique. So I think we do need to be very careful in providing some clarification in this area, that we don't relitigate on discussions that the board has already had several times, unless there is a real reason to make a change. So Liang, if you want to come in, and then and then Renee, and then I think I'm going to sum up on where I think we are at this stage. So Liang, then Renee.
Thanks, Chair. When I looked at the new definition of historical cost, I feel it is a bit confused, because what does it mean for original and what does it mean for the nominal? I think as a definition, it should be clear enough. Actually, in my point of view, I think historic costs should be similar to transaction price, because historic costs is commonly accepted as the transaction cost for the historical transaction to acquire or to construct or develop an asset. So I think I will prefer the original definition of the historical cost. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I want to come in for the multiple reasons that were expressed by colleagues. I agree. I'm very uncomfortable with the proposals. I much prefer the original definition. I find, as Mary said, it's introducing some ambiguity. Also, I looked at paragraph A2. I think we're saying transaction price is a subset of historical cost, but we're not saying it. We're kind of like, we're saying that it's the consideration given to acquire or the consideration received to incur liability. And that's what the transaction price is. So to me, transaction price is a subset of historical cost, and historical cost is either the transaction price or deemed cost. That's the big difference. And I think this is very well articulated in A2. So I find there's a lot of ambiguity being brought in with these proposals. And as Todd mentioned, I'm also struggling with historical costs as a subsequent measurement. So that's introducing more ambiguity. Just wanted to come in to offer my support on this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Renee. So I think that was very helpful. I mean, I think certainly I'm getting the sense from members that they do not support a change away from what was in ED 77. There clearly is a need to check on consistency, and you know, this point about both assets and liabilities, making sure that's consistent, and we will need to elaborate on the links. You know, in terms of historical cost is obviously a specific situation in terms of model basis techniques. So we just need to be very, very clear, but it will help us if we have settled on the definition. So far, I've not heard anybody supporting a move away. I'll take 3 more interventions. I don't want to do detailed drafting on this. I think we're getting enough sense. So I really want to just understand whether members are supportive of that retention of the definition plus the need for support in drafting. And we will clearly need to have a specific look at this next time round to get it right. So Lucy, then Mari, then Patricia.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I support the comments of our colleagues, and actually I am also concerned about the use of the word nominal in the definition of historical cost, because this is not true at all times that the original monetary value of an asset or liability is nominal, particularly in the case of capital assets. So I fully support the revisiting of the definition, the new definition, and I prefer to retain the former definition we have for historical costs. And it would also be helpful for our users to better understand the distinction by providing illustrative examples on how these definitions, on the definitions between the two, and I think this will avoid different interpretations. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I think we have to be very careful as ever on illustrative examples. I would remain to be convinced that those are actually needed here. But I think that we need to see, once we've seen the drafting, whether anybody still feels that's necessary. I'm going to go to Mari, then Patricia, and then Chris.
Thank you. My perspective is the same as other colleagues, and so the definition of the nominal and the consistency should be required. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia and then Chris.
Yeah, thank you. In my view, it's unnecessary to change the definition, and I think it's necessary to clarify that transaction price is using the in the initial recognition, and I'm not comfortable with the affirmation that the historical cost can be deemed cost, because in some cases deemed cost is a fair value. I think it's necessary to clarify how I can consider historical cost as a deemed cost when deemed cost as a fair value. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Chris, and then David, as TOS was chair, I might just go back to you because we've had a number of comments made, and I think we just need to be clear about expectations about the material that we will see back next time round. Chris, then Lindy, then I think we've had enough on this one, and I just want to get some, because I think we're kind of muddying it rather than clarifying. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just for information. I agree with what the other members of the board have said on this issue. I totally agree with that. And mine is in terms of due process. Would it be necessary to communicate to our constituents why we take the stance different from their suggestion in the ED?
Thanks, Chris. I mean, clearly we will need to update the basis of conclusions for the final position that we actually reach, and if that's different from in ED 77, the reasons for that. Lindy.
Thank you. Maybe I should move to the corner. I actually agree with the idea that's being introduced by staff, because we're saying that historical cost is whatever you paid for and whatever you used for deemed cost, to allow that, because the way it was previously written, you assumed you always bought it. And then we tried to say, well, you could also use a deemed cost to get the value on initial recognition. So I think what was proposed here kind of is a way around that, and then saying on subsequent measurement, it stays the same, but I see I'm the only one.
David, I mean, I feel we've been around this and we've got a range of different views. I think some of this is unpicking the discussion that we had last time round, where I thought we'd actually achieved clarity on the relationship between historical cost and deemed cost. So I'm very reluctant to move away from the position that we had, because I don't think anybody's actually given a reason as to why we should move from where we are. The comments that we've had so far are, I think, in terms of explanation and consistency of drafting, rather than a view in favour of changing the position. So, David, perhaps I can go back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would agree with you there that it's a question of clarification. It goes back to my comment earlier, I think, where there seems to be some confusion between models and bases. And that's partly why we sort of suggested perhaps a change to the definition, because I see the definition in here as the definition of the basis. But people take it also as well as perhaps it is. Some people read it as the definition of the model. So I think the discussion later today with the conceptual framework idea is going to be quite important. The consistency between the conceptual framework and this standard will be important, as well as the internal consistency of the drafting. I mean, as for, I mean, in many cases, the transaction price will be the same as the historical cost. Perhaps always. I mean, but the trouble is, I think, with historical cost is there's a lot of history attached to it. Everybody thinks they know what historical cost is. And perhaps in colloquial terms they do. In accounting standard terms, perhaps it's not as clear. It was interesting that when we were looking at suggesting a different definition, if you Google what is the definition of historical cost, practically every hit you get will be those words in the ED, maybe with one or two minor differences, but essentially that's what the world believes historical cost is. And that's what we've got to work with, if you like, in trying to make things clear in an accounting standard. That if that's what the world believes is, we've got to try and explain it in terms of the accounting standard. So the drafting, I think, that we have been instructed to take away and look at is going to be critical. And I was pleased to hear Renee saying that A2 was very clear, and I think we can actually use A2 as a test, if you like, to make sure that what we come up with in other areas actually does sort of support what we've got in A2. I think I would make one point about deemed cost. If you haven't got a transaction price or other historical information, you need to find a proxy for that information. You do come up, as Patricia noted, with what is probably a fair value today, but then you deem that to be your historical cost for the measurement going forward. And I think that's clear, and we are not going to be changing that position. But I've personally found this discussion very useful. I think it's given us a lot to work with, but I think that we'll be able to improve what we've got. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, David. And I think we'll need that paper that covers both the framework and the standard to make sure that where we go next time round is consistent and clarifies rather than muddies. I think it's a classic thing that you try and be helpful, and in being helpful, actually you introduce ambiguity and inconsistency. So we're going to need to be very careful about where we make changes. It's very deliberate. Okay, so Dave, move us on to the next item.
As it relates to other disclosure issues, I'll do all four of these together because I didn't think there was anything overly significant. The first one related to a couple comments we received that additional guidance related to making materiality judgments as it relates to measurement disclosures was important to include. In my view, the response isn't necessarily to the measurement project, but more to the discussion that we'll have tomorrow on the broader materiality project and where that sits within our work program. The second comment related to I'll provide a little background on this. Some constituents indicated that they thought there should be some requirements to provide additional information when an asset was acquired at deemed cost or measured at deemed cost, but subsequently measured at historical cost. In those cases, they didn't think there'd be any disclosure requirements for the assumptions applied on day one. When we looked into it more, the disclosure requirements for our current value measurements do require day one assumptions are disclosed. What we proposed was developing a table showing where and when you have to make those current value disclosures. We thought that'd be helpful, and we proposed putting that into every single IPSAS where that applied. And we thought that would just help with clarification and help with preparers in disclosing information. The last 2 points, and one of them goes to Ian's point, there was an ask for more non-authoritative guidance. And the challenge we have, and again, the reason I think that this should go to the task force is it's very easy to say we want more guidance, more illustrative examples, more implementation guidance. My struggle is, what does that mean? Where does it sit? And I think it's better to have those discussions at a lower level first and then brought up to the IPSASB so that you can see kind of after some more thought has been put into it. And the last comment was editorial updates that we took as appropriate.
Thanks, Dave. I think probably if we can just step through those. Clearly, we are going to have the discussion about materiality, and it doesn't make sense to include something in this standard when you know it's a broad concept that needs you know consideration in a holistic way. So perhaps I can take comments around the second recommendation in terms of the recommended insertion of Appendix A. Linda, are you on that? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just looking at the comment and the response, though, I do wonder if actually also what they're saying is that, well, we're using fair value as a deemed cost once, but we're not going to use it again. So do we have to include all the disclosures, or shouldn't there just be less? So I don't know if there is something that would be considered in that respect. Because if you're not going to use fair value on an ongoing basis, do you need to include all of those disclosures? And isn't there maybe a way that you could simplify, just talk about the inputs or the methods and not so much the sensitivity, etc.? Because I think that's also what they were asking. Thanks.
Dave, did you want to comment on that before I go to Todd?
Maybe go to Todd first, because I might have a slide on that I can look through.
Okay, Todd, to you then.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. And I think my point's fairly similar to Lindy's. When I look at the table that is suggested, I do wonder whether we're going to end up with more disclosure than we need in some cases here. And you know, if it is that you've come up with a current value for deemed cost, like Lindy said, I don't know whether you would need to do a lot more than acknowledge that you've used a particular method to come up with that deemed cost. I don't know whether you'd need to get into a lot of detail about that.
Thanks, Todd. You ready to go, Dave?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I do have a slide, but I think you have it all in front of you as well. It's the appendix. And I think this answers both your questions, but Lindy, specifically yours. Consistent with IFRS 13, the disclosures we proposed, there are different disclosure requirements for a fair value that you measure once on day one, or a non-recurring measurement like you would do for IPSAS 44, the non-current assets held for sale, versus a recurring measurement that you're doing in every single measurement period. There are more onerous requirements when you are doing measurements on a recurring basis. And that's what the table is trying to show, because you do have to read through all the disclosures. And I find it's, at least in my view, it's difficult to just read the paragraphs. We thought by adding a table, it'd be easier for preparers to see what is required when you're doing a recurring and a non-recurring disclosure. To Todd's point, whether those disclosures are necessary on a day one valuation, in putting the proposals forward, staff proposed that we align with the requirements of IFRS 13 for fair value disclosure and apply those across current value measurement in IPSAS.
Thanks, Dave, for that clarification. Todd, you'd like to come back on that?
Yeah, just in terms of at the specific level, reading across that graph, do we really need to get all of the inputs used on a fair value measurement basis if it's non-recurring or it's only disclosed? So where the X's are shown in that diagram, I just wonder whether we need to get to the extent of disclosures, all the quantitative information that about unobservable inputs. Is that really necessary in the non-recurring or where it's only disclosed? So I'm just questioning that in terms of cost benefit, what is the benefit of getting into that level of detail in those situations, I suppose?
I guess 2 points. I guess, Todd, I'm glad you're picking that up from the table, because that is the table's job to show you the requirements for even just a non-recurring disclosure. So I'm happy in that regard. I can give you my perspective, but it is a board decision. The way I thought of this was if there was a transfer of a significant asset and you had to come up with a deemed cost on day one, from my perspective as a user, I thought it'd be important to understand what went into the measurement of deemed cost and the inputs that went into that, because that's the cost that will be amortized over the 25-year life of the asset. So I thought that was important information, but that's just my view. That's what I was thinking when I put this table together.
Thanks, Dave. So just remind us then, this is then consistent with IFRS 13?
This is consistent with IFRS 13.
Okay. So, I mean, I can see the point you make in terms of, non-recurring, but the importance when you do apply, you do initially apply deemed cost for the reason that you articulated. So, I mean, obviously, Todd, you were sort of expressing concerns, but I guess the question is, there isn't a sort of public sector reason why we would not apply the sort of requirements of IFRS 13, and certainly, if we do have an alternative current value basis, then there is a reason to explain the approach being adopted. So, I mean, in terms of the recommendation and the discussion that we've just had, does anybody oppose the inclusion? Okay, so I think we go with that. David, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just to say, I think that if and when we put it in anywhere, it will need a little explanation, just to make it clear. I mean, when I was reading it, I thought, well, the X's are fine, but I mean, it's that you choose the X that's appropriate to your circumstances. And I think it might be worth just making the point that appropriate level of disclosures are required, but these are the things you might need to consider. And I think if we do that, then it probably answers a few of the points.
Thanks, David. And that probably goes to sort of the more general points about materiality, that it's just trying to give that indication. Okay, so we'll need to see that located with that text that you propose, David. Okay, so move us on then, Dave.
So next I have recurring issues. And here, these are similar to what you've seen already. There were recommendations to clarify principles and have editorial updates throughout the IPSAS measurement. We went through and addressed those as appropriate. Enhancements to definitions. So there were two here that were enhanced. The first one was in relation to deemed cost. There was a question as to whether the guidance in ED 77 was designed to supersede deemed cost guidance in IPSAS 33. It wasn't designed to supersede, they are aligned. So we proposed adding a BC in IPSAS 33 as another amendment to clarify that point. And then the second point was on a clarification to the definition of transaction price. I believe in the definition, we just said transaction price was the price to acquire or an asset or a liability. We also added construct and another term as well, just to make sure that we covered everything off. And then the last point was any illustrative examples or implementation guidance that we propose adding, we'll use the task force before it comes to the IPSASB.
Thanks, Dave. So can I take any comments at this stage? Okay, not seeing any flags raised. So we're good with that?
So the last agenda item, Ian, is on current operational value and just some initial analysis. I don't know what time we have break or what you want to do. It's more just, it's just a discussion.
Well, the break is due at 9:40. So if you want to just present that, and we'll take any comments. Obviously, this is the major agenda item for June. So, you know, I'll just take any initial comments and then we'll break at the allotted time.
So what staff was hoping to do with this analysis was to provide the IPSASB an initial quantitative analysis. I was hoping when we were putting it together, it would have something extremely helpful or something that would help direct us. At least when I looked at it, I didn't see anything that was overly convincing that pushed me one way or the other. I thought it was helpful at least to see the quantitative analysis. Staff's view at this point is where the analysis is really going to be, like it always is in the qualitative analysis. There's lots of comments here. There's going to be lots of issues for the IPSASB to discuss. Happy to take any comments or questions on the quantitative analysis, but I didn't see anything, at least from my perspective, that directed staff one way or another.
Thanks, Dave. Does anybody want to comment at this stage? Yeah, so I've got Patricia and then Ajit.
Yes, thank you. I have concern about the definition of transaction price, and I think we have think about the definition together with the discussion about the historical costs definition. And if the transaction price, the definition is aligned with the definition in IFRS and IPSAS literature. In my view, I think no, because of this, I think it's necessary clarification. I think it's not a simple modification. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Dave, back on that, I suspect it's back to David's opening comments about people think they know what these things are, but actually they aren't properly defined, and therefore that's what we're trying to do. Dave?
So I guess the quick answer is, Patricia, is that it's definitely an instruction for staff to bring this back to June. My one takeaway from this is the issues that we discussed today were raised by one or two constituents. So maybe my takeaway is don't overreact. I heard some pushback from the IPSASB on what staff proposed, and it might be a reversion to what we proposed previously and was supported. Not to say we won't look at it further, but that's where I sit from a staff perspective.
So perhaps I'd suggest if you can reach out to Patricia and just go through her comments in detail and understand how those fit with what we already have and what's been said, that would be helpful. Ajit.
Yeah, I want to comment on the summary of responses to current operational value. Are we on that, or are we still on the 9 to 8?
We're on that, Ajit. We're on the current operational value.
On corporation, beyond current operational value. Okay. In relation to the responses to current operational value, I noticed that quite a number of respondents have responded on the current operational value, and they have mentioned that there could be application level issues in relation to current operational value. I think that's a matter that we will need to take into consideration seriously, because sometimes even though we are using an item, even we are using asset for operational value purposes, when it comes to measurement, it can be quite a difficult task to measure based on current operational value, because there will not be, it might be difficult to identify prices and values based on current operational value unless the organization has those collected that information. For instance, a hospital that provide free services and located in an important fair value, where it's located in a highly important place which has high market value, then it can be difficult to measure current operational value, because the organization may not have information related to the actual value relating to the current operational value. So if there is an application level problem if we use the current operational value. Thank you.
Thanks, Andreth. Other comments at this stage? Not seeing any comments at this stage. I think, David, that's it from you in terms of the initial analysis. I think we thank staff and the task force for working through all those comments and bringing these papers. I think that's very helpful to clear a lot of those issues up at this stage. We've got some instructions in terms of material to come back for the next meeting, and clearly current operational value is going to be the major focus for our next set of discussions. With that, I suggest we take a break for 20 minutes and we come back for the discussion on responses to ED76, limited scope update, conceptual framework chapter on measurement. So come back at 5:02, please. Okay, just whilst we're sorting the slides out for the next session, obviously we are ahead of where we anticipated we might be in terms of timetable. So what we, dependent on how the next discussion goes, if we have sort of sufficient agenda time, what we're proposing to do is bring forward tomorrow's session on the International Statistical Standards update forward to today, and that obviously allows us a bit more time in terms of the discussions that we've got tomorrow on the responses to ED 79, the staff proposals in terms of the work programme, and then obviously the second discussion on the sustainability reporting CP. So we'll sort of we'll adjust depending on where the next discussion gets to, but that's how we're proposing to use the time today. Okay, John, are you now ready to lead us off?
Yes, I think so. Hello, everybody. Good to be back in person. I, more than most, as you all know, struggle with technology, so hopefully some of the issues I've had with Zoom won't recur, famous last words. Just a little bit on the organisation of the papers and a little bit on the background to the project. First of all, the project is reflected in the project roadmap. It's a limited scope project looking at certain aspects of the conceptual framework. It's not a full review of the conceptual framework. And the chapters which are affected are chapter 7, which we're going to be talking about on measurement of assets and liabilities in financial statements, and chapters 3 and 5, which deal with qualitative characteristics, constraints, and elements. Now, ED 76 was published last year. It was published together with a number of other measurement-related EDs, notably ED 77, which we've just had a discussion on. ED 81, which was issued earlier this year, deals with proposed changes to chapter 3 and chapter 5. And we'll be discussing that later in the year when we receive responses to that ED. So this morning is the first detailed review of some of the aspects of ED 76. And the standing items are those listed. Instructions and decisions are, if you like, zeroed back to the start. They'll be built up as we review the responses to 76. The project roadmap reflects that the final chapters will be chapters 3 and 5 will be finalized in April next year. So that's what we're looking at, a project that goes on into 2023. There are 5 substantive papers. They're in 10.2.1 to 10.2.5. So that's starting on page 6 of your agenda papers. And basically, the first of those papers, 10.2.1, is an information paper. And that tells us how we're going to organize the review of responses. As Dave's already said, current operational value, which is the major issue, I think, which has arisen from the responses, both to ED 76 and ED 77, is scheduled for the June meeting. And there will be a review of that in both the context of ED 76 at the conceptual level and ED 77 at the practical application level. Related to that, there are 2 other specific matters for comment, or parts of specific matters for comment, that we're going to defer until June. The first of these is the proposal not to define value in use, but to provide a more discursive description of value in use. Now, whilst that proposal was by and large supported, there were some quite strong views suggesting that the distinction between value in use and current operational value was not very clear. And certainly when I looked at that and said to myself, can I actually, in a pithy way, explain the differences? Well, the answer was no. So seeing how the discussion on current operational value develops, I think is going to have an impact on the way in which we describe value in use, if not the decision not to define value in use. Similarly, specific matter for comment 5 asked for views on the proposals to delete 2 of the measurement bases in the 2014 conceptual framework, namely market value and replacement cost. Now, replacement cost is quite strongly linked to current operational value and to the alternative view in on current operational value in ED 77. And as a result, again, whilst there was reasonably strong support for the proposal to delete replacement cost, staff and board sponsor consider it better to actually defer detailed discussion on replacement cost until we've seen how current operational value is going to be developed. So basically, we'll be looking at SMC 1, SMC 2, SMC 5A market value, SMC 6, which is the proposal to delete net selling price, cost of fulfillment and assumption price, and then SMC 7, as indicated on that slide, were a number of other comments received on the proposals in ED 76, and in some cases more broadly. So that's how we're going to proceed. Ian, at that point, can I just stall and see whether there are any points that people want to raise or points of information people would like me to elucidate on?
Okay. Thanks, John. I think we're fine with that. So lead us into the first discussion item.
Right. The first discussion item is something we've already considered in the discussion on ED 76. And this is what we have described as the measurement hierarchy. A little bit of background to this is in paragraphs 3 through 7. That the 2014 framework didn't explicitly identify different levels of measurement. So both ED 76 and ED 77 proposed a measurement hierarchy, and that was really inspired by the approach that the ISB had taken in their 2018 framework, which distinguished 3 levels of measurement. I should emphasize, this again quite surprised me when I look back at what we proposed, the ISB didn't actually use the term hierarchy, but the levels that we proposed, measurement models, measurement bases, measurement techniques, are consistent with what was in the ISB framework. Now, ED 76 specified measurement models and measurement bases. ED 76 acknowledged the importance of measurement techniques in operationalizing measurement bases, but it didn't actually specify any of those measurement techniques. That was left, as most of the heavy lifting, to ED 77. And the measurement hierarchy, as it was proposed and illustrated in ED 76, is given in diagram 1 under paragraph 6 on page 7. Overall, there was fairly strong support for the measurement hierarchy. However, there were 6 respondents that staff have classified as disagreeing with the measurement hierarchy. Now, I think you can put those reasons for disagreeing very broadly into two categories. Firstly, those who took issue with what they considered to be the incomplete nature of the hierarchy. And that was largely because of the way in which the hierarchy dealt with aspects like depreciation and impairment and amortization. We had a response R08 from a valuer, and they argued that the wording in the hierarchy was inconsistent with the approach adopted by valuers. The other main area of disagreement was the way in which we depicted this relationship between models, bases, and techniques as a hierarchy. And that was most strongly reflected in the comment of response 6, reflected in paragraph 9. Respondent 6 said, well, the common meaning of the term hierarchy is a system in which items are ranked according to the relative status or authority. Models, bases, and techniques are not items to be ranked. They're simply ways of describing measurement. Okay, and I've heard that comment, over coffee and soft drinks at the various offline discussions we've had. Along that line, some respondents actually said, well, we think of the hierarchy in IFRS 13 when we consider hierarchy in an accounting sense. The hierarchy, the fair value hierarchy in IFRS 13 states that if you've got quoted prices in an observable market, that's what you go for. If you don't have those data, then you use unquoted but observable data. You only use unobservable data where neither of those first two sources are available. Now, I certainly acknowledge that we don't use the hierarchy in that way in which you prioritize certain aspects above others. Nevertheless, I'd argue that the decision as to what measurement model you take precedes the decision on a measurement basis, and the decision on a measurement basis precedes the decision you make on whether you need a technique, and if so, what that technique should be. So I would argue that the term measurement hierarchy, whilst not used in the same way as IFRS 13, is valid. Okay, do you want to stop there, Ian, or should I move on?
Well, I think that's a very good introduction. I think that sets up the discussion on the whether to retain the subsequent measurement hierarchy, and as per the recommendation. So I think at that stage, I will open up to members' comments. Ajith. You're on mute, Ajith.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I want to ask a question from John relating to the measurement hierarchy. Now in the diagram hierarchy on page 1 of agenda item 10.2, we have the subsequent measurement and relationship between the 3 levels. One is the highest level is the models, then the bases and techniques. Now under the models, we have the historical cost model, and then we have the current value model. Now under the historical cost model, what is given as a line below is coming the historical cost basis. But normally, when we're using historical cost model, we use the current operational value sometimes, the cost of fulfillment sometimes, and fair value sometimes. And so how does that gel with this diagram? I want to just obtain a clarification on that.
There's an issue, I think, under the historical cost model as to how many measurement bases there actually are. Some would argue that amortized cost is a separate measurement basis under the historical cost model and should be acknowledged as such. We've taken the view that amortized cost is a variant of historical cost rather than a separate measurement basis under the model. So that's why there's only one historical cost model. There's only one measurement basis under the historical cost model. Now, again, perhaps I could, through the chair, defer to Dave here.
Well, I think at this stage, I don't want to get into details. Okay. We know that we need to get clarification on the drafting on historical cost. And the purpose of this session is not to discuss the detail within the hierarchy. Okay. It's actually, really the recommendation that we actually retain the subsequent measurement hierarchy. So I think I don't want to get into that discussion at the moment. I just want to take comments on the recommendation that we retain the subsequent measurement hierarchy. Okay, so I'm going to go to Camira, Todd, Lucy, and then I've got Mike in the room in New York.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, John, for this very good introduction. I just wanted to make a couple of comments in relation of some of the feedback that we obtained from the respondents. I noticed that there were a couple of respondents that suggested renaming the term hierarchy, and they even proposed other terms in order not to confuse the measurement hierarchy with the hierarchy in fair value in IFRS 13. So they were proposing renaming it to classification, so measurement classification or measurement taxonomy. So that's just for consideration of the board. From Latin America, there was also support for the hierarchy in general. There was, but they just wanted to comment on their preference for historical costs because of the consistency with budget and also in terms of supporting documentation, but still they support the hierarchy, even though they know that they will continue using the historical cost model. And there was also a suggestion from one country in Latin America in renaming the term model, because they say that in their understanding, model is like the configuration of different criteria, and they are proposing renaming the term model with approach, so referring to measurement approach instead of measurement model. Thanks.
Thanks, Camira. Okay, so go to Todd next, and then Lucy.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I think it's very helpful to have the diagram within ED76. In terms of some of the terminology that we use, I think it is worth just reflecting on whether we can provide something that's a bit clearer, given some of the feedback that we've got. So I'm not wedded to calling it a measurement hierarchy. I would be prepared to look at those sorts of things, and as Camira said, models to approach. So, I think it's fine to take those things into account and make some changes at the margins there. But having the diagram itself, I think, is important. And maybe just one final comment. When we get to the techniques at the bottom, currently, we're referring to ED77, and I think in a conceptual framework, we should genericize and say would be dealt with at standards level rather than referring to a specific standard.
Thanks, Todd, Lucy, and then Mike.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chair. I observed that responses to issues raised by respondents 4 and 6 who disagreed with the measurement hierarchy, and respondents 10 and 37 who partially agreed with the measurement hierarchy, have not been presented in the agenda item. I suggest that I cannot yet concur or disagree with the staff recommendation at this time. I suggest that there will be an exhaustive, that we exhaustively attend and provide sufficient responses to all the issues raised by those respondents, because they were not included in the matrix presented. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Mike.
Thank you. As a newcomer on the board, would like to pick up what John's introduction, what Camilla mentioned. I also think that we should consider to rename that diagram, and it's because in the measurement world, the term hierarchy, it's already set in accordance with IRF 13. And so if you mention that term, everyone has at the moment a certain understanding of hierarchy, and in terms of having first best, second best, and so on, priority. And this is something else. And as one of our main goals is to achieve alignment with IFS, I think it's worth considering to use another term. I think what we've now in the framework having measurement concepts, that it's, to my opinion, a better one, which is not confusing. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So I'll go to Mari next.
Thank you. I understand the diagram 1 and the hierarchy, the proposal of the hierarchy. I can understand. However, from my point of view, is especially related to the techniques. The definition and measurement of service, cost of service, operational capacity and financial capacity should be clarified. And so we can understand the hierarchy and the models and basis and techniques. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. So, I mean, I'm not hearing anybody arguing against the fact that we need some way to actually get some order into how approaches to subsequent measurement actually work, and the way in which you should actually think your way through. I think that's where actually, when you look at the ISB's framework, I don't actually think it's very clear how that chapter works, and we've worked our way through this. So it does seem to me that what we're getting is support for the approach that we've got here. Now, certainly I've heard, comments about, is it model, is it approach? We're going to work our way through some of the issues around how we deal with the particularities around historical cost. And we've obviously got a debate to come about current operational value, what that is, how it might be measured. And that's very much for the June meeting. So really, in terms of this discussion, I'm not hearing anybody argue against the overall approach. Then you come back to the question about the label that you apply to it. And it is interesting, actually. I mean, when John raised this one with me, I actually went and had a look and sort of Googled it, and when you actually do that, there isn't really another term that actually works better in terms of actually trying to organize the concepts. They all have some kind of problem. And I wonder whether, I mean, obviously we are bringing in fair value based on IFRS 13 and the fair value hierarchy. And maybe just what we need to do is actually be very clear that what we have here is the subsequent measurement hierarchy, and there is a fair value hierarchy which sits within that. because none of the other terms, and maybe other languages would have a better range of terms, but there doesn't seem to be one in English that actually really does better than what we've got at the moment. John,
I should add to that Ian took particular exception to taxonomy. Is that fair? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, just because of actually, when you Google it, what the sort of plain English actually doesn't sort of fit the usage that we're we're trying to make it here. It's a rather different sort of categorization type of thing rather than actually this way of thinking about things. So I think what I was hearing from the comments is, yes, we need this. And I think then the question is actually, if we are very precise about the label, that it is the subsequent measurement hierarchy. And yes, we acknowledge that within fair value, there is a hierarchy in terms of how you would approach the application of measurement techniques, whether that actually is an acceptable way forward on this. So I'm just interested in, whether anybody would, if you like, disagree with that approach to this. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I think we could come up with a different term that still describes what this picture is. And I'll just offer a suggestion. I mean, we could call it a measurement framework. So I think, we can explore this. We could let the task force work through this. But if hierarchy is likely to cause a problem for a number of our constituents, I'm very open to thinking about how we describe it. And maybe measurement framework works. I don't know.
Okay, Lindy.
Thank you very much. I guess something like an observation that I've picked up, kind of looking by issuing this with measurement standard. I think a lot of people are trying to get like matching or mirroring, and this is a conceptual framework which only we are really going to be using in most times. So I think we shouldn't always be trying to make sure that everything in here is what is in the measurement standard or anywhere else. I think that's where you would explain stuff. So I don't know if we really need to go and do much more on this, because we are just putting high level concepts. If we want to explain in the BCs that this is by no means a ranking or anything, and explain it there, but I actually think we focusing too much on the conceptual framework, and what it's supposed to achieve, just high level concepts, and we're getting too much into the detail here on this.
Thanks, Cindy. I think it depends on whether you put the emphasis on conceptual or framework, and the problems we're having with how we create ED 77 and how that works with our other guides, I think do suggest that we need some sort of hierarchy or framework, as Todd suggests, a way of organizing these ideas, because frankly, it was not clear before, and I think bluntly, the existing Chapter 7 really did not help us at all. So I think, in doing this, we should actually have some kind of framework that will help our successors around the board actually understand the way in which you apply the concepts, because otherwise it's just a collection of terms. I'll go to Ajit, and then David, you want to come in.
Thanks, Ian. I would support Todd's position that we need to probably change the terminology a little bit. I think the structure itself looks okay, and it looks fine, and it helps to understand. I think the use of some of the terms used is what causes the problem. I think if we can change the relevant terms, then I think it might give a better representation of what we are trying to show. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajit. David.
Thank you, Ian. I agree with John in actual fact. If you read the English definition of a hierarchy, it does talk about ranking. And I do believe we are ranking in terms of you need to get your model first, and then your basis, and then your techniques. However, having said that, if it's causing a problem for the non-native English speakers because English isn't quite so precise as some other languages, then for translation purposes, we probably do need to think something different. So I was thinking about that, and funnily enough, I came up with exactly the same word as Todd. So framework.
Okay, other thoughts on that proposal? I mean, obviously this sits within the conceptual framework. Again, perhaps a lack of originality from English there. Mike, your views on that proposal?
Thank you. I would very much appreciate what John is suggesting. Framework would, I think, be a good term. I know that you can, let's say, interpret hierarchy in different ways, but the fact is it has a certain interpretation due to IFRS 13 now, and therefore I think, yeah, we must cope with that fact, let's say, and therefore framework I would support very much.
Okay, thanks. Abdullah?
Thanks, Chair. Just a few comments since we brought up the part about non-native speaker. It's funny that me and the team, English is not my native language, and we were looking at it and we suggested the framework, but again, we had one voice coming out from one of my team or saying, if it's a framework, that means no hierarchy, there is no ranking on it. And what we wanted from the figure is like to have a ranking with it. So I would suggest to have it as a hierarchy because it's the ordering thing that is from my perspective. The other thing I would suggest that we keep it with the conceptual framework, because whenever I want to get to anything about the standards, I start with the conceptual framework and not any of the IPSASB standards. But these are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. So I will just take Lucy and then see where we get to.
I support the use of the word hierarchy, or the other option could be a structure, but I'm not comfortable using framework within the conceptual framework. So perhaps structure or hierarchy, because that is really the intent of the structure that we have presented. Thank you.
Thanks. So we kind of get into a problem whichever way we go, don't we? Because we either have a subsequent measurement framework within the conceptual framework, and then the fair value hierarchy, or we have a subsequent measurement hierarchy and a fair value hierarchy underneath that. So I think we probably get into problems whichever way we go. And I think I'd sort of personally had avoided the use of the term framework for the reasons that Abdullah and Lucy had mentioned. But I'm not. I think it's having the overall approach that is, I think, the important thing. I guess you know, at this stage, it would be nice if we could actually, you know, if we're going to maintain this overall approach, if we could just give it a name. And I suppose actually probably I'd just at this stage maybe say, could we just actually take a show of hands and say who would support the term subsequent measurement framework and who would support the term subsequent measurement hierarchy? So, you know, I mean, you know, it's just giving it a name, and I think there's pros and cons to either approach, frankly. So if I could ask for sort of votes in favour of, and I'll do it in alphabetical order, subsequent measurement framework. If we can just have a show of hands, so if you can raise your virtual hand online and your physical hand in the room. Abdullah, are you voting in favour of framework or? Okay, and then those in favour of subsequent measurement hierarchy? I think we have a subsequent measurement framework then. For those who missed the meeting way back when we were trying to work out what we put in the elements chapter of the conceptual framework, there was a very complicated voting system that we ended up with when we were meeting in Ottawa at the time. And it was, kind of basically options were eliminated, and we kind of ended up with what the members then on the board could live with as a lowest common denominator. So
in total darkness, actually, wasn't it?
It was an awful meeting room. You couldn't hear, and it was dark and everything. So we have lights. Okay, John.
Yeah, if I could just very briefly respond. I think most of the comments that members have made have been worked through now with this decision, so I'm grateful for that. And it is very, very positive that the actual levels are supported. So I think that's a good outturn. Kamira, just to respond to your comment on behalf of your FACAL colleagues, and thanks to FACAL for coordinating that response from Central and South America. I think I did detect some nervousness that, again, that historical cost was somehow endangered. And I just repeat the points that were made when the framework was approved in 2014, that there is no intention to downgrade historical cost. And I can't really be any starker than that. So the hierarchy, in the same way as the measurement objective, is not meant to elevate current value measures above historical cost measurement bases.
Well, and now it's a framework, so.
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So lead us on, John.
Hopefully the next two papers are relatively straightforward. Agenda item 10.2.3 discusses the proposal to include fair value as defined in IFRS 41 financial instruments, and prior to that, IFRS 13 in the conceptual framework, and also to delete market value from the conceptual framework. Now, there was general support for both of these proposals. There were some reservations expressed on fair value, that fair value is not appropriate for a large number of the assets which are held by public sector entities because they're held for service delivery rather than cash generation. There were also technical issues related to fair value, in particular views that fair value was difficult to operationalize and required information that would be difficult and costly to obtain. Without dismissing those too readily, I don't think either of them had particular conceptual underpinnings. Okay, so I think those types of issues are issues best dealt with at the standards level, rather than being a reason not to include fair value in the framework. And there was virtual unanimity that if we include fair value as defined in those sources I've talked about in the framework, then market value, which was the pre-IFRS 13 definition of fair value. In other words, that neutral value, which talked about exchange and settlement rather than positioning fair value as an exit value, that market value was no longer necessary. And indeed, we acknowledge that the market approach was one of the techniques which would be used to operationalize both fair value and current operational value. Although we didn't go into that in the framework, we did acknowledge that. So the recommendation is that we include fair value as proposed in ED 76 without amendment, and we delete market value from the framework. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So anybody disagreeing with the recommendation? Abdullah, are you in? Okay. So I'm not seeing anybody. Oh, Camilla.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to raise some comments from the respondents from FOCAL. They agree in general with the recommendation. They just had some issues with the definition of fair value in the term orderly market because it's not very understandable. So they were suggesting, for instance, explaining better what an orderly market is or what could be the exceptional scenarios, especially in the context of crisis or so, what would be the exceptions, or replacing orderly market with at arm's length or mutual independency. And there was also another comment that was not from FOCAL, but from one university in Latin America, that they were suggesting to limit the fair value only to the first level of the hierarchy in fair value, so observable data. So just to consider that in the board. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Camilla, on that. I mean, I think, you know, we've effectively taken the decision that it would be fair value as in IFRS 13, and that's consistent with, for example, IPSAS 41 and so on. I mean, on the orderly market point, John, I don't know, have we brought across, is there any additional guidance on that could be provided?
Yeah, this orderly market issue, I think I've included in the agenda item 10.2.5, but thanks for bringing it forward, Camilla. I mean, currently, and I'm searching for the reference, we do have a description of an orderly market. And that's basically brought forward from the 2014 framework, where we did use the phrase open, active, and orderly markets. And we've shortened that to orderly markets. And we state that an orderly market has certain characteristics, no barriers that prevent the entity from transacting in the market, active, so there's sufficient frequency and volume of transactions to provide price information, and there are many well-informed buyers and sellers acting without compulsion, so that there's an assurance of fairness in determining current prices, including that prices don't include distress values. So my feeling was that we did have, at a conceptual level, sufficient guidance on an orderly market without getting too bogged down in, for example, well, what is a distress market and what do you do? Because again, I felt that the role of the framework is to provide, you know, very high level principles rather than getting into the weeds. And that if further guidance is necessary, that guidance should be provided at the standards level. So my proposal would be not to change what we've actually got in ED 76.
David, did you want to pick that up in terms of the measurements standard level?
I actually just wanted to point out that it's in orderly markets is in 7.40 of the framework as currently drafted, and fair value where markets cannot be assumed to be orderly is in 741 and 742. So I would suggest that we've got it adequately covered and probably always have had.
Okay, thanks. So that does sound like that is actually covered. Okay. Okay, so I think with that, we're content with the recommendation that we include fair value as defined in 76 and that market value is deleted from the framework. Okay, moves on.
The next paper, 10.2.4, deals with a proposal in ED 76 not to include 3 measurement bases, which were defined and described in the 2014 framework. And those are net selling price, which is a measurement basis for assets, cost of release, and assumption price. Now, generally, there was support for this. However, support for the proposal to delete all three of these measurement bases. However, there were some reservations, and general conceptual reservations are discussed in paragraphs 5 through 9 of paper 10.2.4. Basically, this, I think, reflected a particular view of what the framework should be trying to achieve. And Ian has, in discussion with Ian's characterized this as the tension between conceptual and framework. And the way I understood what Ian is saying is, well, from a conceptual perspective, there's an argument to bring in a large number of measurement bases, even though they may not be used at all in our framework, in our literature, or only used in a very few number of cases. Because it's nice to have that compendium of all possible measurement bases. The framework dimension suggests that really we need to have something which is concise and workable. So it should include only those measurement bases which are widely used in our literature and by regulators and preparers. I don't think that there's any clear right or wrong answer to this, but the approach that we took in ED 76 was the latter, that we should only include measurement bases which are widely applicable in the literature. So we came down on that particular approach. So I'd acknowledge what some of these respondents are saying. Their responses were particularly well worded, and I felt, quite persuasive. But at the end of the day, you've just got to make a decision, and the decision we've made is that having measurement bases which either aren't used at all or are sparingly used is probably rather confusing. It's better to go down this concise approach. So that's the kind of conceptual disagreement with what was proposed, and that cross-cuts all three of these measurement bases. The remaining sections of the paper deal with give the quantitative summary for each of these three measurement bases, and they also give some specific reasons why a minority, but an important minority of constituents, felt we should retain one or more of these measurement bases. So net selling price, a number of respondents cited the relevance of net selling price to inventories, where our existing literature uses net realizable value, which is broadly consistent with net selling price.
I wonder, John, whether we could actually just go through each of those in turn. Actually, I think that's the best way, because obviously there are different arguments and different responses have been made. So maybe if we could deal with net selling price first.
So net selling price is addressed in paragraphs 10 through 14 on page 2 of agenda item 10.2.4. So if I can let you turn to that. And one thing I do highlight, and this is probably quite important for new members. Last year, we did, in the project on non-current assets and continued operations, which led to ED 79, the board considered whether net selling price should be included as an alternative measure to fair value less cost to sell in determining the recoverable amount for assets held for disposal, if this disposal is on negotiated rather than market terms. And an argument was put forward by staff that in such cases, it would be appropriate to use net selling price as a comparator with cost rather than fair value less cost to sell. The board rejected that, and I think it's fair to say we use that as a test case as to whether we should include net selling price in ED 76. So that's a little bit of background.
Thanks, John.
Leave it at
So,
that.
shall I open up for comments?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So, Lynn, you want to go first?
So I'll comment on overall and I'll comment on net selling price. So I think overall for all three of these, the support was not nearly as strong as it had been actually on the previous paper around the hierarchy. And I was quite taken with the arguments put forward that says the conceptual framework's not that old. This is a limited scope project. So I was sort of taken with the arguments around retaining all three. If we don't retain all three, I was, however, particularly taken with the arguments of not removing something from the conceptual framework that we do actually currently use in the literature. I just still worry what that signals inadvertently on our part. So I certainly didn't support removing something that we are using in the literature, which is the net selling price one.
And Lynn, I think you say that cost of release on a minor level comes into that category.
Can we just be clear though, John? It's not net selling price, is it, that we're using inventory?
It's net realizable value.
And I mean, the other thing I think that's probably relevant that we would need to bring into the argument, which we haven't actually discussed, is the unit of count material we're proposing to bring into the framework. So that may be relevant. Anyway, to Camira.
Thanks, Chair. And similar to what Lynn says, I also got a bit convinced about the arguments that were a bit criticizing us for proposing the deletion of these measurement bases, saying that, for instance, that if our framework is quite new, only since 2014, that we should not, just because they are not, these measurement bases are not being used right now, it doesn't mean that we will not need them in the future, and so on, that should not be argument enough to remove the measurement basis from the framework. So I was a bit persuaded on those arguments from the feedback we obtained. Thanks.
Thank you. Others? Abdullah.
Thanks, Chair. I would say we would have the same argument because in our reply, that is what we mentioned, that cost of release is still used in our standards. Net realizable value or net selling price for inventory, that taking it out would be just wouldn't be relevant. We were trying to just see if the fair value would replace it and not having an issue with it, but we didn't see that. So that was in our comments on the.
Todd, and then Ajith.
Thanks, Ian. And I don't have a particularly strong view either way on this, but I think from listening to the comments so far, if we were to remove these, we will need to make sure that we are very clear in our basis for conclusions why we're doing that, and that nothing should be read into the fact that we might be removing things that are used somewhere else in our literature. So I just want to make a plea for making sure that our basis for conclusions are clear if these things go.
Thanks, Todd. Ajith?
Thanks. Thanks, yeah. I think I'm in support of reducing the number of the bases that are described in the framework, and so that it becomes more simpler and clearer. I just wanted to find out what the intention is in relation to the terminology used in the inventory standard, whether we have a plan to change the terms used in the inventory standard, because once the definition is removed, whether we need to make any changes in the inventory standard which uses the net realizable value. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajith. Other comments? Claudia and then Chris.
Following the discussion, I would support the proposal from Lynn in Camera. If you follow the drafting of the ED, then I support the idea from Todd that we should make clear in the BCs if we haven't a measurement technique, you know, how it's called, measurement price in the framework, we could have defined such one in the standard level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be really clear if we use our new measurement framework or set up measurement possibilities when we go back in the framework, when we design a new standard or develop a new standard and we couldn't find relevant measurement basis.
Thank you, Claudia. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I've always been convinced that our conceptual framework is not long enough for us to consider substantial change. Just like most board members have said, or some board members have said, there are some jurisdictions that are still applying this basis. And as much as we are concerned about showing so many bases, I think that the introduction of a fair value into our framework should only serve as an enhancement of our framework. That it should rather not reduce what we already have in place. Because like I said, 2014 is not too long enough for us to consider substantial change to our framework. So for me, I think we should retain those bases the way they are.
Anybody else want to come in at this stage? Thomas.
Yeah, probably not a very specific comment, but when I look at the notes from the discussion we had in the CAG regarding the limited scope update in December 2019, I think one of the remarks of the CAG was consider the framework to be a living document. So I think making a kind of a decision now to retain something doesn't mean that retains forever. So I think that's at the moment you make the decision because it's still something is still used in your literature, but that can change in the future. So look at that as being kind of a continuous development. Perhaps that helps a little bit kind of making a decision as per now, which is not kind of carved in stone.
Adrian.
Well, I take Thomas' point that the framework should remain a living document. But as we all know, death is part of life, and deleting is being a living document as well. Well, the argument I take in priority is the one that says that not having a measurement basis in the conceptual framework does not preclude its inclusion at the standard level. And this is what is probably more important, is that we keep the principles in the framework, having the global definitions. Fair value is fair enough in the framework. And then where needed, and where needed possibly in the future based on the experience of preparers and users, possibly also have living standards and keep or reinsert some basis in the future. But for the time being, I believe that it is fair enough to have what we propose, that is the the definitions in the framework and, okay, refer to the standards whenever needed to provide more definitions and more specific basis.
I'll take Ross, then Renee.
Yeah, thanks. Just listening to these comments and thinking back to when we approved the exposure drafts, the reason these were proposed to be removed is because they're not specifically used in the literature now as defined. So there might be measurement guidance in existing standards that might have some link or relevance to these, but it's not as defined in any of these cases, including an inventory where we use net realizable value. So when we didn't use them in the actual measurement project and we weren't going to update the literature, the decision was made to take them out. So a couple of the arguments I've heard from board members today is about because it's still used in the standards, we should retain it. I don't think that's the basis for retaining them. So if the board does decide to retain them, I think we have to be very careful in how we word that, because I think we would be leading some users of the standards astray that these as defined in the framework are used in literature, which is not the case at the moment.
So I'll take Renee, and then I think I'll sum up on where we are at the moment before I take further comments. Renee, your first comment.
Thank you. So I support the recommendation to delete them. I think that the respondents that were against it were not in the majority. So I think the majority of our responses were positive. And as I was actually reflecting on the reasons why we wanted to remove them are still very valid in my mind. And we just need to be very clear, I think, in the basis for conclusion that we can see the evolution of the framework. So we can explain clearly and articulate that they used to exist and why they don't exist. And so that for future reference, we can understand the history of the framework. And that would work for me.
Thank you, Renee. So Lindy, I'll take first intervention from you and then let's sum up on where we are at that point.
Thank you very much. I actually support staff's recommendation to remove it. And I know we discuss a lot with net selling price and I guess it's used, but I think it's just a label because it's just fair value less cost to sell. And I don't know if we need to label it. Similarly, if we saying with cost of fulfillment, we would make a call on whether or not you adjust the interest rate or not. I think it's just a way in which you apply the basis. So I don't know if we always have to label something different, because I think if you just say in a standard you would use fair value less something else, do we need to call it something? I think it's just derived from a measurement basis like a more amortized cost. So I'm not sure if we really still need it. And on the other two, I think it's, if I just try and think what other liabilities we would want to measure, I don't know if we would ever use those. So I would just support taking them out. Thanks.
So before we take a second round of comments, I mean, you know, as John summarized in the introduction, there is a kind of, you know, difference in emphasis in terms of the conceptual argument would say, well, these arguments, you know, these bases are out there, they were in the original framework, let's leave them there, let's see whether we ever use them or not. You know, the framework approach would say, actually, this is a document for use in standard setting, and actually, if we don't at the moment, and let's face it, we do have a reasonably complete suite of standards. If we don't see, you know, cases where these are likely to be used, you know, then actually let's take it out, because then it becomes a more useful document for the board, you know, rather than just a compendium of academic concepts. We clearly have a difference of views within the board at the moment. I think, you know, so there's a difference between which side people sit. We do have the situation that, yes, it's not unanimous, but actually we had more than 80% of the responses supportive of deletion. So therefore, you know, we're in a tricky situation, I think, on this one. I think, you know, the sort of general, well, it's there, leave it type of arguments don't necessarily trump the, are we actually using it? I think there is, as John has highlighted, a particular issue around net selling price. And I think Lindy quite well articulated the argument that was put when we looked at this for ED 79, which is effectively, in that case, it's fair value less cost to sell. And that was the debate that the board had. And from an accountability point of view, made the case that a net basis is not actually as good as a fair value, and then being clear about the deduction that would happen because of the costs of sale. So it seems to me, given that we do have a difference of views as to which way we go, I think we probably have to revisit the arguments on a case-by-case basis and actually say, you know, what is the argument that we, you know, that was put for deletion in the exposure draft? What have we heard that changes that argument in terms of net selling price, in terms of the other two bases? And there may well be different arguments that come into play for each of those. And then let's make a decision on a case-by-case basis. You know, bearing in mind what the board decided last time round in putting it in the exposure draft, and proposing that, and what we heard back from constituents. So I think, you know, my proposal is that we don't have a clear view one way or the other at the moment, but I think we need to examine the case for each of those individually. So I think that's probably where we get to in terms of the current discussion. Lynn, you want to come back in?
Yeah, I guess just to be really clear in terms of it's not necessarily just because they might be closely used in our literature. I guess what comes back to me in this discussion is, what was the purpose of a limited scope update to the conceptual framework, which was about bringing fair value into the framework as a consequence of the measurement project? And when I look at all of these three, I don't see that it is absolutely necessary to remove them in order to bring fair value into our literature as part of a limited scope update linked to the measurement project. And I guess that is the test that I'm applying to myself, which is slightly different from the tests that we've been, and the discussion that we've been having. And for each of these, do I see there's an argument that we must remove them in order to achieve the objective of the project, which was about bringing fair value in a consistent way as part of the measurement project into the conceptual framework?
Thanks, Sid. I mean, I can see the argument. I can see the fact that we have support. I can also see that the issues around net selling price are actually probably rather different to the other two bases. And I think you can argue either way, frankly, about what's limited, what's not limited. I mean, the fact was that the measurement chapter really was not fit for purpose because it was a compromise at the time. And, you know, we did need to provide clarity in terms of bringing in what we're calling the subsequent measurement framework as to how these things fit together. I think you could make an argument that says that the other two bases potentially fit somewhere differently, but certainly net selling price, particularly now we're proposing to bring in unit of account. I think we do need to re-examine the arguments around that, because given that, you know, we've got where we landed on ED 79 and we've got unit of account, I think there's a real question as to whether that does really go forward or not. And probably the arguments are different to the other two. You know, I mean, in process terms, we reviewed the entire chapter, which was what we said we would do. We came to conclusions on that. We exposed that through our due process. So, you know, I think, you know, that's what we did, and this is where we are. I don't know, Ross, you know, I'm not aware of a due process argument that says we've done anything incorrect.
No, I think, you know, the board made a decision in this project and put out proposals, and it's got strong feedback on that. I think good support, but there are some arguments that have been made that the board's redeliberating. So I think the board has the freedom to make a choice to go a different way than what it proposed in the exposure draft based on those comments. I just think it's important to make those arguments quite clear and to not misrepresent those points, which some of the points in the debate, I think, were overplaying the use of them in the literature, and I would be concerned with that. But if the reason was, per Lynn's point, that narrow scope project, based on the feedback we received, we decided to not take forward the removal of some of these in case they might be used in the future, or retain them and put a note saying these haven't been used in the measurement project, but we're not precluding them being used in the future, but, you know, make them separate from the other ones and clarify that. I think there's ways forward, but the board just needs to firm up its views on what it'd like to do in responding to those comments.
I mean, Ajith, I'll take your intervention. And then I think, you know, the point is we're not, you know, we don't have a clear way forward as a board. I think we need further analysis on each of these bases, and then we take it on a case-by-case basis. Ajith.
Yeah, thanks, yeah. Reflecting on this issue with looking at the comments that came forward, I think one of the things that we may need to consider is that inclusion of fair value does not remove the need for net realizable value, because net realizable value is entity specific, whereas fair value is not entity specific. So we need to consider that. And because of that, the net realizable value, which is a entity specific measure, because once when an item is on halfway being produced, work in progress and so on, and items of inventory, we may need to consider net realizable value as a net entity specific item, because it is an entity that will sell the item and then realize the value of that after incurring additional costs. So net realizable value might have to remain in our framework in some form or the other. So that is my view. Thank you.
Thanks, Sajith. I mean, I think we are going to have to look at these arguments on a case-by-case basis, because John's just pointed out to me some additional issues that the board had. I mean, I think John will probably take those into the fact we are going to need to have another look at this. I think there was a general point you wanted to make on, because bearing in mind the fact that we put together our framework before the ISB updated it, and actually, you know, we've built on that in this. John?
Yeah. Well, the issue is that these three measurement bases weren't actually defined in the ISB framework, and they gave various reasons for that. For example, cost of release. They said that it's very rare that an entity will seek release rather than fulfillment, and they didn't think the limited number of cases justified retention. So yeah, there clearly is, again, this tension between what Lynn said, you know, the framework is only 7 to 8 years old. Is that sufficient time for us to form a conclusion that certain measurement bases should be deleted? And the view that our standard setting work has suggested that, as I've said, you know, there are limited or 0 cases in which we'd actually use these measurement bases. And I think, to respond to Ajit's point, you know, the board in its recent deliberations has formed a view which I've taken as having strong reservations about the use of entity-specific current value measures. Hence, the board decided in the development of ED 79 that fair value was significantly superior to net selling price. Could I also acknowledge Ross's point, which I should have made, that net selling price and net realizable value, whilst I've argued that they're consistent, they certainly aren't the same. So we certainly don't see net selling price as defined and described in the framework within our existing literature.
So, I mean, having had an opening discussion on this, I think what we need to do is actually instruct staff that we need a separate analysis on each of these, you know, bearing in mind what the merits or otherwise might be. Clearly, we are going to have to go back to the arguments that we had. It's a question. It would be interesting to see what the ISB's reasons for non-retention might be, and whether there's a public sector specific reason to retain. You know, because as has come out in this argument, you know, you could either argue that it's not being used at the moment, therefore take it out, but that doesn't preclude us using it at standards level, or you could argue the opposite, that, you know, well, it's there at the moment, so shouldn't we keep it? And clearly there are adherents to both of those views around the board. So I think let's go on a case-by-case basis and examine the merits for each of them, bearing in mind what constituents said, what we said previously, whether there's new information, remind ourselves what the arguments were that the ISB put in terms of when it deleted in 2018, i.e. after our original work, and then whether there's a public sector specific angle that changes our view on that. And so we would need to see a separate paper on each of those from staff. Okay, thanks. So move us on, John.
The last substantive paper, 10.2.5, and this reviews other comments. Now, these are other comments which were either made specifically in response to specific matter for comment 7, or were made in introductory letters or in passing on other specific matters for comment. They are listed in 10.3.1, and the analysis is in table 1 of 10.2.5, and that's on, that's on starts on page 2 of 10.2.5. So I suggest that perhaps we go through that and deal with it on an exception basis, if that's all right. And it starts with the issue of transaction price, which I think we've already considered. And clearly staff will be working to ensure that there is consistency in whatever we say on transaction price in the framework, which I've suggested is in fact beyond scope, and what's said in the development of ED 77 into an IPSAS. Okay.
So I think, John, if we do just walk through the issues page by page, so we'll pick up a couple of issues together and see whether there's any comments or disagreement on the proposed way forward you've outlined against each of those. So if we can do that, so pick up any additional comments on transaction price or fund accounting. Okay, let's move on to page 3, which is we've already discussed process. Entry and exit values is the other one.
Just to highlight for new members that the 2014 framework actually classified individual measurement bases as either entry or exit. We don't do that in the proposed Chapter 7 in ED 76. We replace that classification with a more general discussion.
Thanks. On the basis that one person's entry is another person's exit, or vice versa. Yeah. Okay. So page 4 is on overlaps and inconsistencies between ED 76 and ED 77. And clearly there are, we're going to look at that specifically in the context of historical cost. Page 5, guidance on selection of measurement models. Yeah.
I think we've actually had a bit of a debate on that and more or less addressed it.
And then we've got current values and liabilities, which is on page 6. Page 7 is entity specific, non-entity specific and application guidance. We've picked up the point about orderly markets, I think, already. Then we get on to page 9, which is inconsistencies in composition of core text and units of account and current operational value. Obviously, we've got that in June. And then page 10 is historical cost and financial capacity. Mike.
Just a small comment on that. In staff's reaction on page 10, there is a second para which I don't know might be misinterpreted as a general statement. Staff does not think that it's appropriate to refer to individual IPSAS. That might or could be misinterpreted as a contradiction to the next page, where consider reference to requirement in IPSAS developed from ED 77 is drafted. And therefore, I would on page 10 propose to delete the second para.
John, back on that.
Yeah, I think that, Mike, thanks for that. And I think that what you've said is consistent with a point that Todd raised earlier, that we should genericize references rather than referring to particular standards or EDs under development. So yes, that's I've deviated from that principle and I'll address that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Anything else on page 11? The comment there. Page 12 is relationship between value and use, financial capacity, and so on, and also symbolic value. And then page 13, non-financial assets held for sale. Then page 14, fulfillment obligation and onerous obligations. Lynn.
So just on the onerous obligations, I just queried the term, the footnote you're wanting to add, just being limited to contracts. Should it be binding arrangement? Should it be wider than contracts?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, Lynn, what's that reference there?
So at the bottom of page 14, you're saying you want to add a footnote referring to onerous contracts. I'm just querying contract.
Yeah, so if we can deal with that consistently with the you know, what we're doing at a standards level in terms of transfer expenses. And then we come on to page 15, assets and liabilities covered by measurement proposals, guidance on cash flows and current operational value and value in use. Clearly that's a June issue. Okay.
Just to quickly comment on the point Lynn's raised, and it again goes back to Mike and Todd's point of, you know, trying to avoid references to particular standards. So I think I ought to reconsider that staff action there.
Okay. Fine. Anything else, John, you need from us at this stage?
No, nothing from me. I think that's been a very clear set of instructions, and in the case of the subsequent measurement framework, market value and fair value, it's been a very, very clear decision. So thank you for that.
Okay, thanks John.
Everyone.
Okay, so I think at that point in time, we deserve another break. So we take a 20-minute break. I think, let's say back at 1:45. Okay, and then we'll move into the ISS update session. Thanks, everyone.
Morning, Joel.
Morning, Dave.
Okay, 1 minute ahead by my clock here. Just before we get into the ISS update, we thought it'd be useful just to let you know what's going on in terms of the advancing public sector sustainability reporting, CP, and how we're proposing to move that forward. So, Ross.
Thanks, Ian, and thanks, members, for the comments on Tuesday, which were very helpful. Dave furiously worked through updating the paper yesterday, along with some help from a couple of us on the team to turn around, we think, the majority of the substantive comments that members had on Tuesday. So we now have an updated version of the document that will be circulating to members immediately after the session today. We're going to provide printed copies for the members in the room if they want them, and then we'll circulate them directly to the members by email immediately after the meeting. So you'll have a soft copy if you prefer to work off of that. And the plan is that tomorrow, when we go into the private session, we'll go back in and begin to discuss various issues. Also, together with that document, you'll also receive, I think it's a 2-page summary, chapter by chapter, that sets out the key topics covered in each chapter, along with the updated PVs, so that it's easier for members to see the narrative of the PVs and how they build throughout the document without being distracted with all of it in between. So you have both, they're in both, but we just thought that would be helpful. On that document, Dave's also highlighted a few of the key changes by chapter at a macro level that'll help members understand how things have changed from the previous version. We're not giving you a marked up version because there's lots of text moving around, and we really want a clean read from all members, start to finish, so that they can share their views on the narrative and the tone of the document.
And in terms of tomorrow, just we're not expecting to go through and do all the detailed drafting changes. What we wanted to do tomorrow was make sure that staff had picked up the major changes in terms of, where the blocks of text were and so on, and also to focus on the preliminary views, because there are a number of changes around the preliminary views to reflect the build-up of the argument that we discussed and worked on during the session on Tuesday. So what we want to do is make sure that broadly, in terms of the flow of the argument and the PVs, that actually staff have captured those. Subsequent to that, we will put through any additional comments from tomorrow and then give members an opportunity to look at the detailed drafting after the meeting, and that would be the stage that, as agreed yesterday, we would, if you wish to share on a confidential basis with your technical advisors when you go through and look at the detailed drafting, that we would envisage that at that stage, if that's okay. So we want to make sure we've got the broad thrust of the CP right, that the PVs are right, and therefore we will ask for members to vote tomorrow on the basis of that draft, but obviously subject then to the detailed drafting comments coming in later. That's okay. Okay, so with that, I think probably we're clear to hand over to João first as the member of staff, but also we will also welcome Mark back as a now user of statistical standards, but for those members that hadn't met him before, also as a former board member until 31st of December. Okay, so João, I think over to you first.
Thank you, Ian, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I must say that I'm quite excited in making this brief presentation to the board on the ISS update, together with Mark, which has been my partner in crime in terms of moving through this process. And before entering into the presentation, I just want to make two notes. The first one is that it was distributed an issues paper to the board as an agenda item 12. That issues paper is much more detailed than the presentation that both Mark and I will be presenting here. So it has details in terms of the process of the ISS update, the role of the IPSASB there, and also the dashboard. And so it will give a very good insight in terms of that work. And the other point is that I'll be moving up one level, giving an overview of what we have been doing in the ISS update and IPSASB's role. And then at the end, we'll have also Mark providing his experience in using IPSAS financial statements and IPSAS financial information when compiling statistics. And without further ado, I'm going to start with a walk into the memory lane that the IPSASB has been dealing with ISS. So this road has started back in 2004. It was kind of the first phase of trying to harmonize IPSAS financial standards with SNA, the System of National Accounts. And at that time, there was a huge work in terms of the task force for harmonization of public sector accounting. So, and from 2004 until 2012 led to the publication of what is now the IPSASB's policy paper to consider what it was labeled as government finance statistics when developing IPSAS. And with that, also the membership in the GFS Advisory Committee that is a resident in the International Monetary Fund. And so it was kind of the kickstart of this alignment process. The second phase in this process was when we had the first, the policy paper and the first use of IPSAS annual improvements. In this case, it was in a very specific topic on military assets, where we have kind of a change in our literature to align with what the GFS had. And the third phase started in 2019, which is kind of seeking from the IPSASB and the IPSASB community the application of how the standards could be used in practice to make this work. And there was a very important work by the Pulsar community, which basically addressed the chart of accounts to try to compatibilize the chart of accounts in the government financial statistics manual with the with IPSAS. So and then in 2020 we started a closer collaboration when the statistical community started with the process of updating the statistical standards. So as you can see, between 2004 and 2020, it's quite a long time, and this is normal. So while in financial reporting world, IFRS and IPSAS, we make changes to our standards more frequently, within the statistical community, these changes happen at every 15 to 20 years time lapse. So we are kind of in a historical moment to be part of this process for the second time. And it is also historic that the IPSASB is also part of this process for the revision of the future system of national accounts to be issued in 2025. And we are part of, not only of the task teams, but we are also observers at the advisory expert group of the national accounts, which is a forum that is located at United Nations, because they are the issuers of the system of the national accounts. So it is also interesting to see the discussions within the statistical community to make the progress of in terms of developing the future edition of the system of national accounts. I should note before moving forward that also for the first time, the statistical community is doing this change together with the balance of payments community in International Monetary Fund. So both statistical manuals are to be updated at the same time and to ensure consistency across both statistical manuals. So it is really important, and it is good that the IPSASB can participate in this process. The other idea that we wanted to transmit today is that this work is part of the IPSASB's strategy and work plan. It is in theme E, although we do not have a specific project, just like we have with other standard setting projects, but it is very much part of our work, of our outreach and engagement with the statistical community. And of course, as we all know, these impacts across the board in terms of the financial markets, international organizations, public sector entities, policy, budget, accounting. So it is quite widespread. And of course, because of this widespread impact, any adjustments we can do in terms of differences have a major impact in terms of managing the difference between the two accounting frameworks. The other idea I wanted to transmit to the board is where IPSAS is now and where it is foreseen to be in the foreseeable future. And for that, we have this magnificent publication, which is the International Public Sector Financial Accountability Index. The report was published last year and shows the increase of use of accrual accounting until 2030. So this is the landscape that we are in. It's completely different landscape than what we were back in 2004, where even the IPSASB's literature was quite incomplete. And now we have a full suite of standards much more complete that can perfectly be used as a basis to compile statistics. So, and in that accrual landscape, where IPSAS stands. So, according to this report, by 2025, 73% of the jurisdictions will be using IPSAS as their basis for financial reporting. And that percentage is forecasted to be increased by 2030 to 81%. So what does this mean? It means that we'll have a bigger IPSAS slice in the accrual world. So similar to what happened over the last 20 years or more in the private sector. Apologies. Similar to what happened in the last 25 years, 25 years in the private sector, the same is happening now in the public sector, and it is foreseen to happen in the near future with IPSAS as the financial reporting reference for the public sector. So moving now then to the statistical standards, and what are those? So it is important for us to understand that there are several statistical manuals, standards, and all of them have a role in that landscape, and for which IPSAS should be sensible to. So the first one is the overarching statistical manual, which is the System of National Accounts 2008. It is now to be updated with a 2025 version. It is issued by the United Nations Statistics Division, but it has the participation of several international organizations, as it is shown in the top left of this slide. Then we have the European System of Accounts, which is used in Europe. I normally say that this is the son of the System of National Accounts from the United Nations, but there is one major difference between both. While the System of National Accounts are only guidelines, they are not mandatory. The European System of Accounts, they are a law in Europe, and they are mandatory to be applicable by European countries. And other countries that are also part of in Europe, like Switzerland and other countries. And so we have also the manual government deficit and debt, which plays a very important role for the public sector, and for which the dashboard is always with an eye on that, because it provides a more detailed guidance. Then on the bottom left, we have this green manual, which is a government finance statistics manual. It is issued by the statistics department of the International Monetary Fund, basically focus on the public sector. And we have on the bottom right, the balance of payments and international investment position, issued also by the Statistics Department of International Monetary Fund. So what I've just said before was about the work that has been doing in terms of the update. It means that the System of National Accounts on the bottom, on the top left, and the balance of payments manual on the bottom right, the teams in the United Nations and IMF have been working closely together to achieve an update version of both manuals, and with consistent principles in those. So it is really a huge undertaking by the statistical community. So, and where does IPSAS stand in this statistical landscape? Well, there are considerable overlaps. Both frameworks use economic substance based on accrual information. So all those statistical manuals are accrual-based manuals. They also have assets. They also talk about liabilities, revenue, and expenses. So it is also an accounting system, but with some differences. And the main differences here are in terms of their objectives. So while IPSAS, its objective is about accountability and decision-making at entity level and also at consolidated level. With a System of National Accounts, balance of payments, and government finance statistics, they have completely different objectives. So we are talking about economic analysis, decision-taking, policy-making, the national economy vis-a-vis the rest of the world, and fiscal analysis, respectively, in these manuals. So different objectives, but very much with many commonalities. And we see that this process of the statistical standards update has a huge and a unique public sector opportunity, because worldwide governments are publishing audited entity level and consolidated data that can be used to support quality improvement in statistics data and increased ISS compliance. So as myself as statistician in an earlier incarnation before coming to the IPSASB at the Portuguese Statistics Office, I very much felt this to my heart because having already financial reporting data that we can use directly comparing statistics, it's much better than having to use surveys and having to do statistical extrapolations and so on. So it is much better having this data. Now, and before passing over to Mark to provide his experience, I just want to finalize my presentation by making an overview of the IPSAS ISS alignment dashboard that we are introducing at this meeting as the new standing agenda item for this meeting that will replace the IPSAS GFS tracking table. Just a couple of notes. So as you can see, the first one is it has a very same look of the IPSAS IFRS alignment dashboard. And we are drawing the experience that we have been having over the last 4 years with that dashboard and apply those principles into developing this dashboard. So I'm not going to enter into the details of the legend, but to show that where it is green, it means that we have an IPSAS alignment option available, or it is aligned with the statistical standards, and the other end of the spectrum, when it is red, it means that it has alignment was not achieved in the current ICS update. And then we have between the possible variations of work that can be done or within the IPSASB or within the statistical community. And this legend shows the number of IPSAS that are impacted by each type of issue that is still under consideration. So the output of this basically is the this color presentation in terms of IPSAS, and will give us a good starting point to move forward with this alignment process with the statistical standards. And before finalizing, I just want to say 2 more things. The first one is that this coloring might change as we do this work with the statistical community. So, and every time that there is big changes, staff will highlight to the board and explain those. And the second thing is a kind of an example that we've just had and provided for the board to understand. So as we all know, the IPSASB has just published IPSAS 43 releases, and which basically has a right of use model for lessee accounting, but retains the risk and rewards model for lessor accounting. So that is why we have in IPSAS 43 on the right side of the slide, a green and a red, because the statistical community decided not to move away from the risks and rewards model for both parties to the lease transaction. And this means that we are only partially aligned in the lessor accounting, but not aligned in the lessee accounting. And with this, I'll pass over to Mark to provide also his insights on the work that we have been doing so far. And thanks for listening to me.
Thanks, João. I was conscious actually you covered a lot of ground, and so I suggested to Mark that actually we just have a quick pause to see whether there are issues that members want to raise, questions, etc. Because there's a lot of information there. Just before I go to Ross, one point just to note, and as you've raised IPSAS 43, starting actually from IPSAS 42, but also with IPSAS 43, what we did do was introduce a counterpart to the non-authoritative box that you see at the end of our standards for which details the main changes from relevant IFRS. There's now one for statistics as well, which I know Camilla picked up on when we were finalising IPSAS 43. So, we've got two processes as a board: the rules of the road for the using IFRS, but we've also got the statistics process as well. So that just puts the two on a level. Ross, over to you, and then I'll open up for comments.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I was going to say a similar point, just to remind members that we do this review and work on alignment with statistics in every project we undertake. And we're constantly monitoring that. And I wanted to give kind of recognize Joao's hard work in this space, because he does a lot offline that members don't see meeting to meeting in this space in particular. So a lot of attending meetings and engaging with international counterparts on the statistics side doing this work, particularly with the ISS update process ongoing. This has taken a lot of Joao's time outside of the meeting, and we're lucky to have a staff member that's got statistical experience that lends legitimacy and credibility to us participating in these debates. So we lean on Joao fairly heavily, and really happy to have his thoughtfulness and input in our projects and in our engagement. And this dashboard has taken a couple of years for us to actually get here, and working through different iterations and discussions with different parties, because we have actually reached out to our international counterparts to show them what we're working on here a few times. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that.
Thanks, Ross. Yes, absolutely endorse that. Xiao just does a huge amount of work in this space, and we really have a lot to thank him for. Okay, any sort of questions or comments from members on what's been said thus far before we go into, if you like, Mark's user perspective? Renee.
Yes, it's a question of clarification. So we endeavor in our own projects to try to align as much as we can. And I noticed that they're also starting their major program to update ISS by 2025. They must also be doing the same thing. They must also endeavor to look at IPSAS developments and try to align, like what do they do on their end to mirror what we do?
Ross.
So this is kind of, again, some of the work Joao's been doing. So I would say it's not unfair to say they're not as actively monitoring our work in their progress from day to day, but we are strongly advocating that they do that. So Joao's been participating in a number of technical research groups and making sure that in their deliberations, they considered an IPSAS option, and pushing for them in their update process to include an IPSAS option in their consultations. In some cases, we've had a little bit of success. In others, we haven't. But I don't think that minimizes how important it is that we continue to advocate for that, and that we continue to align where we can. But we do want it to be more of a two-way street, and we have been pushing for that with the various different organizations we deal with.
But I think it's fair to say, it's still an uphill struggle. It's another professional group, and we have to actually win hearts and minds in terms of, them accepting that accountants and the information that is produced through IPSAS-based accounts have a relevance and can support their work. I think it's interesting in a number of jurisdictions where that's well established, they entirely get that. Where it's not, it's a big process of culture change. So, we have to accept that this is not a kind of quick fix overnight. And actually that's where, sadly, you see those red boxes appearing, because, I think they themselves would admit that they're quite conservative. They like long time series. So even when you make the arguments in terms of better underlying data and so on, it's still quite a challenge to get changes made. But even by highlighting where the opportunities exist, which this dashboard does, I think that will make it more public, and I think pressure from World Bank, for example, through Pulsar publication, that kind of thing, and the more countries that start using their accrual-based financial reporting for statistics, this will build the pressure, but it's not going to be a short process, unfortunately. Adrian. Oh, and then Chris.
Thank you. I don't quite understand why the 3 RPG lines are quoted not applicable, because maybe something I did not quite catch regarding the alignment. And I would have thought that there would be some issues, alignment issues between the RPGs and some of the guidance notes. Although I've been through the guidance notes list and I've not seen, or I've not been through each and every of the notes, but I haven't seen specific items that would call for an alignment. But I thought there could be some issues in that respect.
Joel, do you want to pick that question up in terms of the RPGs?
Yes, it's a very good question. Thanks for that, Hervé. And I myself struggled several times going back and forth. But where I landed was coming because those 3 RPGs, there isn't anything similar to what we have in the statistical world. So there is a kind of absence of this type of reports from their end as we have it. So we have nothing to compare with. But that does not mean that there isn't anything that can be done. But once again, and that is why we have put non-applicable, so we don't have a comparison. But as you said, it doesn't mean that because there isn't, it doesn't mean that there cannot be in the future. Yes, that's right. But when talking with the statistical community, they did not put these in their agenda to make anything specific that might be comparable to these. So in the end, it is out of their agenda. That's why because of that, not only in the present, but also in the current update, it is out of their agenda. I've left with non-applicable. Of course, as I said before, if they decide to change their course and to add any guidance note on these topics, yes, then I will update the table and put the relevant coloring according to what they will intend to do. Hope this is clear, Hervé. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, it's essentially they prepare financial information. They don't have the non-financial information that is covered by the RPGs, if that makes sense. I think, you know, yeah. I mean, I mean, I think, you know, with things like that, if members want to follow up after the session, actually, I'm sure Joao would be more than willing to, you know, because he really knows the detail that's gone into the index, into the dashboard. So I think Chris was next, and then Lindy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to hear what Ross has said concerning the engagement with the statistical community. I just want to suggest that there should be a higher level or highest level of engagement by this IPSASB board and with the statistical high command. Because we are all playing in the public sector field, and we are not working at cross purposes. So having taken this strategic step to integrate, so to say, with the statistical community, I think we should take it much higher, so that the process of alignment would be much shorter. Like I said, the bottom line is that IPSASB board and the statistical community are playing in the public sector, and so there should be that synergy strongly enforced at the highest level.
Thanks, Chris. Well, I mean, in respect of that, certainly I've been very actively involved in interacting at high level. When Joao showed that timeline, actually, I've been involved all the way through from 2004, and it very much fitted with my own work in the UK Treasury, where the whole reason for, or one of the key reasons for whole of government accounts in the UK was better information for fiscal management. And so making use of the data for the ESA figures produced by the UK. And it's fair to say that it's not only been involvement from me, Mark has been involved in our group on this and has participated in the IMF group, and also Adrienne Chastity, who those who are around the board in previous years will remember. Adrienne has also been extremely instrumental through her contacts, having been at the IMF for a number of years, actually really engineered senior level dialogues for us with both the statistics and fiscal affairs departments. So we've very much been playing having the dialogue at various different levels, and we've all the way through, actually, it's fair to say we've had very good engagement from Eurostat through John Verinder and his colleagues, and also with the IMF over the years, particularly through Saché de Klerk, originally in the Statistics Department, now in Fiscal Affairs. So, there's been a lot of dialogue and, influence at various different stages. I've presented at various different groups. So we're doing our best on this, but it is still hard going. I think it's fair to say. We would hope that it was different after all of that effort, but it's still proving difficult to get traction. Lindy, you're next.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this useful document. I think it's quite useful to have the different colors and shadings, and luckily it's not more than 50 or so. I think it's also quite useful because we often get asked in our jurisdiction to give inputs and amendments that get made to the statistical publications, and having something like this could also help us in responding to those, specifically where there aren't any IPSAS alignment opportunities. So I wonder if it could be something we could share with the treasuries or the central banks to say to them, look, we've done this, and if you do get these, I don't know what they call them, exposure drafts, just bear this in mind. I have one or two comments on the detail, but I don't know if it's for the next session or not.
I mean, on the detail, Lindy, I think, very much welcome those comments and those discussions, because Zhao's put a huge amount of work into this, but we recognise it probably will, need to settle down. And so if you want to provide those comments offline, that would be more than welcome. Ross.
To wanting to use it for any of your own purposes, I think as soon as we make, now that it's available, I think it's a public document like all of our documents. Feel free to take it along for discussions. And I would actually encourage members that are part of their ministries of finance or governments in dealing with statistics to keep this in mind when you're having discussions, because through the ISS update process, they do engage with national statistical offices. And there has been support on better alignment at the national level that's not coming through in the international debates. So if you can let your statistical colleagues to push where you're using accrual or IPSAS for better alignment, that might start to filter up through the other side of the process better as well, because it was really encouraging in some of the ongoing debates within the last couple of years to hear some of the statistical offices asking for more alignment and wanting that alignment so they could use the data, because it will make their lives easier to do their statistical accounting.
Thanks, Ross. And I think that's quite a neat segue into welcoming Mark back to the table, because Mark is one of those relatively small band of people, and Zhao's another one, who has sort of, if you like, moved to the other side, if I can put it that way. Having been, involved in the financial reporting side in the Ministry of Finance in Switzerland, now on the statistics side, and through that very much involved in the process. So, Mark, welcome back, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. It feels very familiar to be at this table for some reason. No, I'm happy to, and I think it's a good introduction to our country experience, because it has been said it's the countries that actually have to prepare these statistical numbers and statistical products, as we call them. And it's also clear that the more IPSAS is used, accounting is the source data number one for statistics. And in Switzerland, having introduced IPSAS, data is a huge opportunity to use and to make the statistical data more reliable and more accrual based, because this is one of the main goals of the statistical guidance, is that they are on accrual accounting, actually on an accrual basis. And I'm very glad to share you a little bit the experience we have with using IPSAS data as a basis. And I would like to mirror the comments that have been already made. First, I want to thank Joao as well for this great work he has put into this dashboard. I know this is a big deal. It took a lot of time. I mean, I was involved, as you said already, more than 1 year ago. There were first prototypes of these dashboards, and it really takes time. But I think it's really a good tool for also for statistical compilers to be aware what are the differences, and also to be able to track and manage the differences. And I think it can also be used as a tool for it has educational value, I would say, and of course it can always be made in more detail. But I think it's also a living document, and I think we are now at a very good starting point with this dashboard. So I'm very happy personally also that we have such a dashboard now. Now, how we track and manage the differences between the international statistical guidance, I must say. We also have a national statistical products, which are really very much based on IPSAS. So there are not many differences. So that's why we also have a national statistical model, which is more aligned with the accounting, which provides more information, for example, to compare within our countries, the different states or cantons, for example. But concerning the international, the dashboard is actually very interesting, and you've seen there are some spots which are red, and the other one is, if I remember correctly, is the violet one. And no, the orange one still fundamental difference under debate. And I think what is important is that some of these differences are quite unproblematic, and others are very challenging from a preparer's perspective. So I can give you an example of a rather unproblematic difference, which is stated in the dashboard, is IPSAS 12 inventories, where write-downs and losses of inventories are recognized as an expense in IPSAS. And in GFS, any such changes are recorded as so-called holding gains or losses. Now, this is just because the scope or the definition of expense is slightly different than in IPSAS, because in statistical guidance, expense is always a transaction. So it's not an event which can follow from external reasons, which then would be recorded as such impairments, you can say, would be recorded as holding gains and losses. Now, this is not a problem, because you still have an impairment item in the statement of performance, and you can just encode it directly one-to-one into holding gains and losses. So even though there is a difference in definition, it is unproblematic if there remains a definition. And it's also, it's still, the accrual principle is met in both, because holding gains and losses is recognized in the framework, in the statistical at the time the impairment takes place, or the change of value takes place. So it's absolutely unproblematic. But where we are very challenging differences is in quite substantive items which are usually high amounts involved, which, for example, all the topic of write-downs or impairments of financial instruments, also the recognition of provisions, and also the concessionary loans issue remains a fundamental difference. And maybe on the next page. Yes, thank you. So in financial statistics, an expense or a holding gain on loss is usually only recorded in when an impaired financial asset is removed from the balance sheet. So it's not a write down, but rather a write off. This is one difference. So it occurs in timing quite later than actually when the impairment is happening, and then when it's not recoverable. Then also in area of provisions, usually only when the amount is paid following a provision, it is recognized in statistics. So basically, you can say this is cash accounting, and it is not following the own principle of accrual in the statistical world. I have to be fair that there are some gray cases where borderline cases where a provision can be recorded. This is especially in the case when there is for example, a service provided in a year, and you have to make an estimate of, you don't know how many services are provided. That's why you record a provision. You cannot even put a deferral because you don't know the amount. But you may know it in the next year, and if you know it in the next year, you in statistics it could be then that you have still to correct the numbers as soon as you know how much service is provided. So the question is then, wouldn't it be more useful to record a provision at the beginning, because it is an estimate of what service been rendered? But the statistical guidance is not entirely clear on this. While in principle they rule out, like GFS, they rule out that provisions, because they involve uncertainty, they are not recorded. You can follow still from the practice or other guidance that in some cases still allowed. So it's not really clear. I think this is something that the statistical community has to solve to make it clear, and we can do. But the principle that the provision is not recorded is also a problem, because when a provision is paid out, it's also just a balance sheet transaction. I mean, debit and credits is just a balance sheet effect, and it's the same with an impaired financial asset that is written off. And this is very challenging to find the data from the accounting, because there is no expense you can recognize. You can expense you can refer to. And also a transfer expense is never recorded in the case of a concessionary loan. I think this is another problem. That means that we have to calculate the amortization of the loan differently, as if there was if it was a market based loan, which is also can also lead to problems. So I think these are a little bit the main challenges we have. And of course, we also think it's not in line with the accrual principle, which the standards, the international statistical standards, actually want to follow. Now, as Ian has already said, or has been gone through this, that in this update we maybe cannot expect a substantial move in these areas towards IPSAS. In the case of concessionary loans, there was really a good drafting document proposing to move into recognizing a transfer expense. It's unclear at this point in time whether this will actually occur, because there has been, I would say, differing views about it. Some support, quite some support, but also some opposition. So we will see what happens. Just from my side a little bit, and I mean, this is a really personal assessment, of course. I call it a little bit outlook. I think it's clear for me, and it has been, as we have seen on the slides, Joao has shown, the more IPSAS will be applied in the future worldwide, the more comparable accrual source data will be available for the purpose of financial statistics. And I mean, it's a huge potential to achieve a digitalized interface between accounting and statistics. And I mean, many countries struggle to find enough qualified personnel. Many countries have the pressure to reduce the costs to use the digitalization to get the benefit. And then, of course, if there is a big interface and you cannot digitalize it because of substantial differences, which are maybe not even conceptually warranted, then I can imagine that probably more practicality issues will arise from non-alignment than practicality issues might arise from saying, yeah, what's always brought up, that foreign provisions create practicality issues for statistics. So I think there will be a trade-off in the future. And I think the more IPSAS applied, the more I think this topic will not disappear. And it's been said some countries are raising this. And I mean, it's the countries on their side which also have potential to give input to this process, as well as the IPSAS board is doing some. And I think Switzerland is doing this in this sense. What's also important now that accrual accounting increasingly becomes a base for fiscal policy instruments. We have had this development in Switzerland where we adopted the debt break from cash basis now to almost accrual basis, which means actually, yeah, IPSAS data is for decision making, used for decision making. And I think the conclusion is that if as we said, the international statistics is relevant for fiscal policy analysis. We've seen that on the previous slide. And I think if statistics, in order to be able to keep the relevance for fiscal policy analysis in countries where they are based on accrual, then it's quite evident that accrual accounting data can support financial statistics, say, to satisfy their own principle of accrual accounting. So I think while this update will maybe not lead to substantial moves, I think we can now lay the foundation for the future update, which will maybe happen in 15 years. But I mean, time's going by quickly. And as we've seen by 2030, there will be a very different ratio between IPSAS applying countries and non-IPSAS or cash applying countries. And this is a big potential, I would say, to stick to it and to keep engaging in the discussion. I think this is important. Although most of us will be probably retired in the next update. Yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and all happy to take questions.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I think it's important that we have people, like Switzerland, who are the ones that can actually show the potential and that this works. And it's also, I think, very good that the World Bank Pulsar program, which is funded by the Swiss government and the Austrian governments, and is promoting and supporting the implementation of accrual across a number of countries in sort of Eastern Europe. They're producing a lot of good practical guidance, some of which you can see on the Pathways to Accrual website. In particular, João is a major contributor to this. They've actually got a very good publication that actually shows you how a chart of accounts can bridge between IPSAS and GFS. And that's, I think, a very important practical addition in terms of making this happen. So, with that, are there any questions for Mark? Yes, Abdullah.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mark. I have lots of thoughts on this issue because I've been struggling with it in the last couple of years, probably 2 or 3 years, but I can't emphasize enough on the importance of this issue because I want to be politically correct when I say this, but for some reasons, for many countries, at least from the MENA region where I'm coming from, they place a more importance on the GFS reporting more than the accrual IPSAS reporting, probably because it's less easier or less of a headache for them. That is why they think that GFS is a milestone by itself, achievement by itself. But I don't know if we can achieve the number of countries that we are hoping for by 2025 or 2030 without laying out the importance of moving into accrual first to have more of reliable information. It's not an accounting information, but reliable information. I've visited a couple of countries where they submit their GFS reporting and they think it is piece of the art, but they don't have a public asset register. They don't have a clear picture of their liabilities. And so how would we work on this? I think it lays on us more than the ISS, because we need to exert more effort to show them that is the information they are getting is not of much more benefit and accuracy unless IPSAS is being applied and accrual being implemented. And probably to emphasize a lot on the importance of alignment of the chart of account. That would be the first cornerstone that we start with. That's it. I have many other thoughts around this, but I will stop there.
Yes, thank you for your comments, Abdul. I think you raised some important issues. I mean, it's always a question. You say that the capacity issues in accounting, the capacity issues in statistics, and in some countries they have not already introduced accrual accounting. Of course, it is the first step is to build up capacity for accounting. And I think once this is achieved, then the countries will start to change their views, probably on statistical as well. It depends. I mean, it's also a little bit the question how much the statistical and the accounting is aligned with each other. Now in Switzerland, it's both. Now we are in the Ministry of Finance, so in the same administration. So I didn't change the administration, and we always had a close alignment, and now it's even closer. And in other countries, it's the organizational structure as well, which I think it's if the people speak to each other or not. I think it's also very important. And the chart of accounts, well, it is. I think Ian can tell a lot about the history of why we had it, whether we had a chart of accounts in IPSAS and or not. And but I can think that, but I've realized that in our office there's also a strong push for that, because the chart of accounts is actually key to digitalize and think it's very important, and it's very important that the chart of accounts you use for accounting, that every country uses is trackable to the chart of accounts of statistics. Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I mean, in terms of charts of accounts, clearly, there's ways where you can bridge between the two. You might need more detailed information collected through your financial statements then to produce the analysis for statistical reports. But equally, if the data is not available, then obviously you have to use estimation, and estimation is where it becomes problematic. That, for example, wanting to get better underlying data or upstream data was one of the original sort of premises behind the European Public Sector Accounting Standards program, to try and improve data quality because of its importance in terms of the European community. So David and then Nima.
Thank you very much. I was just going to sort of endorse what Abdullah said, really, because from my own experience, the chart of accounts in particular is important. And I mean, I've been trying to sell the bridge, if you like, between GFS and IPSAS or accrual accounting for several years when I've been working in Africa. I mean, it is good that the IMF has got document. It's good that there is this bridge. Whether or not from IPSASB side, say Joao or you, could actually try and make sure that people in the IMF know that it's there would be quite beneficial, because certainly some work that I was doing in Zimbabwe, and the IMF had a technical assistance team out there to help build the chart of accounts for the new system. Until I mentioned IPSAS, because I happened to overlap, it wasn't being used. So there is that issue, I think. But I mean, certainly in Zimbabwe in particular, I mean, they are trying to work to integrate the two. But I think it's where they're reliant quite heavily on donor funding, that you can get this disjointed approach, which, you know, will need to be managed if we can achieve what we want to achieve. And I think, to be fair, probably what the statistical community wants to achieve. But it's an exciting project, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there is culture change involved. I mean, for example, when the GFSM 2014 was produced, there is actually an annex there in that document on IPSAS, and, you know, comparing and contrasting, and even getting that annex in was actually a major step forward. You know, so it's going to be a very gradual process. But I mean, you know, the more that you know, people like, you know, Mark, Abdullah, and so on can actually lobby, the better. You know, and publications we try and input to. There's quite a lot of World Bank documents, you know, being produced or have been produced. So this is going to be a gradual change. But the more countries are using IPSAS and then wanting to use their data for GFS purposes, that's really what's going to make the change, I think. Nima.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's what David has been saying, the importance of the chart of account. And I still remember when we were looking at even the IPSAS 22, the agreement was, because we didn't have a really developed chart of account, so to use the detailed level which was there in GFSM 2014. And you'll find that is very useful in trying to develop the integrated and harmonized chart of account. And actually that's what we've been trying to share with our neighbors. And in that we make sure that they have the bridging tables and keys which will help them. There will be so many issues such as to be able to identify the public sector entities within the GGS, market and non-market. But you'll find that once you have the detailed chart of account, which can relate the GFS and the IPSAS, then it is easy to move forward.
Thanks, Nima. Any other questions or comments? I think we're getting on towards lunch, and it's been quite a heavy morning, but I think, you know, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Murray, I missed you.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm very much interested in the interaction between the statistical data and the growth information. And so will you kindly tell me, in order to make the growth accounting useful for fiscal policy instruments, it is between the growth accounting and fiscal policy instruments, there is how to bridge between them. What kind of difficulty? Will you tell me the difficulties and to bridge the both? Thank you so much.
I mean, I think that's where the World Bank document, the Pulsar document, actually is really a really good start point. And Joao, you might sort of just circulate the link to that. I mean, it's on the Pathways to Accrual website, but that shows you, if you like, that gives you a good idea as to where the differences are and how those can actually be bridged. I don't know, Mark, if there's anything you want to add to that. I mean, there are, clearly there are a lot of jurisdictional level examples of charts of accounts, but that's the first time I think anybody's actually produced something that's publicly available on a sort of generic approach to that. Mark, I don't know if you want to add anything else.
Well, I mean, I think if I understand correctly, it's the bridging between accounting and the fiscal policy instruments. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the chart of accounts is in Switzerland. This is a key because it defines. Before we had a cash accounting debt break or fiscal policy instrument, which is the main fiscal policy instrument. We had to define which items of the chart of accounts are relevant for it, and as there are only the cash relevant items at the time, and now it's almost every position, and so the link is really as we say, we have to, of course, accrual budgeting, otherwise it wouldn't work because the policy instrument is budgeting, and I think this link is also important, accrual budgeting and accrual accounting. Maybe this is another important aspect, or yeah, prerequisite.
Thanks, Mark. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give an information concerning the chart of account, it's very, very important. In Nigeria, we are a federation. So every federating states, federation unit is autonomous. So you will not have a system that applies nationally. But we have been able to succeed in Nigeria to produce an accrual-based national chart of accounts that the 3 tiers of government apply. And when we developed the chart of accounts, we actually leverage on GFS principles, since we knew that government functions code were relevant in their statistics information. So as we speak, there is a national chart of account based on accrual basis, which we are using to implement IPSAS in Nigeria. And so there's a lot of progress going there. I just wanted to add that chart of account, the national chart of account based on accrual accounting is so critical in aligning with the statistical framework.
Thanks, Chris. I think that underlines, the experiences we've had that shows this is happening around the world. Clearly there's a lot further to go, but this is something that's happening, and I think the more we're all aware of it and make use of our contact networks and try and advocate for it, both at a national level, but also we obviously have relationships with the key international organisations, and I think it's fair to say that they're much more aware of the issue, even if we haven't yet managed to convince absolutely everybody. But I think it's much more firmly on their radar. Thanks very much to both Mark and to João for this session. We felt it was important to give this issue an airing with the board. It hasn't been on the board agenda for a while. Clearly, there's a lot going on, and we're hoping that there's quite a lot of opportunity, which is really around the sort of C and B categories, even if some of the major conceptual issues remain, that actually we will be able to get more alignment in terms of the more detailed guidance, or maybe look at some of the issues in our own standards that will facilitate alignment. So if you like, this is a start of a conversation over the coming years, but we wanted to make you aware of that in terms of something that Joao's put all the work into has been going on, if you like, below the radar. So it's now above the radar. Thanks very much everyone that's input to the work. I think with that, Ross, anything process-wise? Obviously, there's the reminder that you need to take everything with you today. Leah, anything you want to say in terms of arrangements for this evening? We've obviously got social at 5 o'clock. Oh, okay, all right, fine. So we need to formally close the meeting and then we'll do the detailed operational arrangements on that. Is that it, Ross?
Just a reminder to members that you'll be getting the updated CP in your inbox, and those in the room see Dave and he's got printed copies if you want to print a copy.
Okay, good, right. Well, with that, thanks everyone for this morning. Sorry, morning New York time. Obviously, pardon Todd for the fact that it's evening in or middle of the night in New Zealand and others different times of the day. Thank you very much everyone for the good input. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day, and we've got plenty still to do tomorrow, but it was helpful to get this session out today. Okay, thank you.